Thank you very much for being here. Good evening, everybody. Thank you
so much for joining us today. It's a beautiful Monday evening. Hope you're having a wonderful day. We have successfully connected every platform now, so we can get started. Thank you. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. All right. Glad to be here. So we're going to start with the news. Nemeka, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. Blessings to you as well. Let's just check every platform to be sure we're good and we can get started. Please, if you're on TikTok, don't stop our tapping. We're on 5.6k likes right now, and that's good, but we can do better. So please, let's keep our tapping and sharing the live. Thank you very much. Also, click on the heart icon right here and join the team. If you're already a member, please drop your heart to me. Let's drop your heart to me, drop a gift, whatever gift you can, so that we can push the push the live to the FYP together. All right. Thank you very much for your support. Just a little housekeeping. We're going to get into the conversation momentarily. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you. Are you coming for the first time this year? Interesting. Happy New Year to you, sir. Good to see you.
Good. Thank you, sir.
All right. We're good. Thank you, sir, Mr. Gundepo. Your name rings a bell, your surname. Are you related to anybody that worked on radio or television, BCOS, in Ibadan, back in the long time ago? Are you related to? There's somebody Ogundepo. I think it was into communication or AWI or something. Yes, it was AWI. It was AWI. Oman Kiwi. Sheba Oton. Alright, while we're waiting for the answer from Mr. Ogundepo, we're just going to get into some stuff today. Let's start with the yes, Alabi Ogundepo. Yes, that's the first name, Alabi Ogundepo. You have not told us if you are related, so I can come and ask you to do it with us. Right. Let's begin with the news that broke over the weekend. I don't know if you've heard about the screwdriver guy. A lot of people are saying all kinds of things about it, but it's quite interesting that that's what eventually came out. Okay, let me read it here. 1 second. So I have a number of stuff open. I think I'll read it from New York Times. The screwdriver salesman behind Trump's airstrikes in Nigeria. Now, before we read this, we're going to have the news, then we'll get to today's topic. Today's topic is The Trouble with Nigeria by Chinua Achebe. He wrote that book in 1983, and that book has become the cornerstone of certain people of the perspective that certain people have of Nigeria, even from outsiders like non-Nigerians. I once heard a professor, a respected professor actually, talking about Nigeria, and that was Professor P.L. Lumumba, and one of the books he quoted was The Trouble with Nigeria by Chinua Achebe, and I was like, oh dear. This was a while back, by the way. I was like, oh dear Lord. So that means a lot of people have read that book and they assume that the man was actually, passing the right information. So we're going to read that book today. Not everything because of time. Just going to focus on maybe 2 or 3 chapters, and then we'll compare and contrast with other materials like The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society by E.I. Yandele and one or two other books to be able to get certain things sorted. There's something I spoke about forgotten document of the Nigerian Civil War last Friday. So before the end of this week, I'd like us to do a session on it, focusing primarily on Ifeanyina's letter, or Ifeanyina's, letter on the almost like a publication, right? They call it transcript, Ifeanyina's transcript, which interestingly, Olusegun Obasanjo quoted copiously in his book Nzogo, and then also you also find it in the paper by the book by Odia Ofemon, The Forgotten Documents of Nigerian Civil War. So we'll get to that before the end of this week. But today we'll do The Trouble with Nigeria by Chinua Achebe. However, before we get into all of those things, we're going to have the news. Before we get into all of those things, we're going to have the news. After the news, we bring some people up if there's time. If there's no time, we'll put everything to the end. So we'll have the news, we'll have the conversation, then we'll have people come up. All right, so let's start with the New York Times article. Dr. Badru says New York Times is no longer a credible medium by Rufai Oseni et al. New York Times. Somebody walking in our eyes is saying New York Times is not credible. Okay. You could say it's leaning towards the left, but you can't say it is not credible, especially considering where you work. And Arise is credible, by the way, but the thing that guy does on Arise show, I think it actually reduces the, I don't know if it helps the perception of people about that particular channel, but it is what it is. All right. Oh dear. 1 second though. I was about to read and notice something else. Just give me a second.
So, I've been talking about this for a bit. There's an organization called
So, I've been talking about this for a bit. There's an organization called Inter Society, and for a while now, they've been pushing. Yeah, excuse me, please. 1 second, please. All right. Thanks for staying tuned. So they've been pushing this narrative about the Christian genocide, and there's something I read, on Twitter today. People are like, oh, why are they always saying that this has anything to do with Igbo people? Apparently, this Christian genocide thing is about the Middle Belt, so why are they always talking about Igbo? Why? Why are they, dragging them into this? What a lot of Nigerians do not know is that they are too concerned with effects rather than causes. All right. So when they see things happening, they don't really bother about why that thing is happening, how it is happening, who is responsible for it. They just know what is happening. And I've said it several times, and I think it's important to say before I read this, that there are Christians being killed, particularly in the Middle Belt. A lot of them are being unalived, and it's important for men of good conscience to speak up for folks like that, right? However, that word Christian genocide gives you the impression that they're targeted just because of their faith. And while there are cases like that, we all know, we are Nigerians, or at least most of us here, we all know that majority of the times people will get killed of different religions. However, there's something else that people are not willing to talk about. It is the ethnic angle to the crisis in the Middle Belt. And I've said it for a very long time. When I say very long, it's 7 years, very long time. This is 2026. I've been saying this since 2017, actually. I remember visiting Kaduna 2017, 2018. I had a conversation with some of my friends there, and I said to them, like, this thing you guys are talking about, it doesn't look to me like a religious crisis. I think it's ethnic. And we had some conversations. I'm not going to talk about everything right here, but the point of the matter is that these guys are attacking you for something that you have based on your ethnic identity.
It's not because of religion, because
Right? They want your land, they want your resources, and it's not because of your religion, it's because of the fact that you are a different group from them. And the attacks are happening because they want what you have. Now, a lot of you are smaller ethnic groups, right? At least compared to the bigger ones, you don't have the numbers. You have ethnic groups of like 1,500,000 small ethnic groups, right? And so if you tell people that, oh, something is happening to me, this ethnic group, people don't really see it like that. Just so one small ethnic group is being persecuted there or being killed there, another one is being killed in the other place. There's no, what's the word now? There's no way to actually appreciate it at the high scale, like these people are being targeted. Until it's called that, you have to look for an identity that unites all of you beyond your ethnicity, which happens to be your religion. And so, and I mentioned it here the other day, when what happened to other Arab people happened in southern Kaduna, a lot of people, even still today, a lot of people still don't know who those people are. But an ethnic group in southern Kaduna. Kaduna is not a Hausa state. There are many ethnic groups in Kaduna alone, let alone Adamawa and Taraba and so on and so forth. Even Plateau, even Benue, right? So you have all these groups, but then you say, oh, what brings everybody together? Majority of them are Christians, right? And so when you say, oh, Christians are being targeted, then you're able to, amplify your voice. People are able to hear you and also pay attention. And it's important to pay attention. I've said it before. I don't care whether they use Christian genocide or no Christian genocide. Those people in the Middle Belt, they can use anything they have to use to amplify their voice. Because for some reasons, it got to a point people just didn't really care about. It gets to a point with all these terrible things happening that you just become impervious. Like you hear things and it doesn't really touch you. Like, okay, it's on that news. But when you hear that Christian genocide, oh my Shebakon. So I get why they are doing what they are doing, right? Even if I will talk to them academically and try to analyze, but for people who are dying, my analysis will make no sense. They just want to get, rid of those people killing them. So I understand where they're coming from. However, there's another group, not in the Middle Belt, not anywhere close to ground zero, who are using what's happening in the Middle Belt to further their own cause. And they've been doing it since 2016. The word Christian genocide became amplified like a few years ago, but they've been using that for a while. And we read the report here last week. I'm not going to go back to it. We read the report here last week where they said they looked at the metadata using data analysis, discovered that the accounts that have been sharing Christian genocide in Nigeria for the last 10 years have actually been linked to, those same accounts in most cases would also use hashtag, Biafra, IPOB, and so on and so forth. So they are secessionists using, excuse me, please.
The secessionists using the tragedy of others to further their cause.
The secessionists using the tragedy of others to further their cause. And so it becomes a bit difficult when people say, oh, folks from the South are involved. They're like, oh, it doesn't really concern them now. So why are you blaming them? You are making, and this is the narrative that's out there. You are making it look as if the Igbos are the one who are responsible for what is happening out there. Interestingly, when you have the conversation, it's actually about people who are pushing Biafra, not necessarily about Igbos. But because we know that these are words and synonyms. I used to say that years ago, when people talk about Igbos and Biafra, I like to make this distinction. I will say one is an ethnicity, the other one is an organization. So to be an Igbo is to be a member of that ethnicity. To be IPOB is to be a member of the organization. After all, the organization itself is registered as a business, as a company in the UK, right? So you can't say that every Igbo person is IPOB. Well, right now I don't even know. And I'll tell you why I don't know. I don't know because, right about the time we're preparing for the last elections, everyone that was pushing IPOB, everyone that I know, started moving towards Peter B. And it became so muddled that you have people who supposedly are in LP or supporting Peter B, who then criticize you for criticizing IPOB. especially when they're Igbos. And then you have people of our own ethnicity, Yoruba people, who joined obedient movement but find it very difficult to criticize IPOB. As a matter of fact, it's like a taboo for them to criticize IPOB because that's become just about one and the same. So it's obedient, IPOB, Igbo. Everything looks like the same. I'm not saying every Igbo person is there, but I'm saying that the message you get distinction anymore. But I would still like to provide a distinction, but it's difficult, and I'll tell you why. Another reason. I think I mentioned this last week. It was who was reporting, the fact that Nigeria is going to be spending $9 million, right, in order to create a counter narrative about this whole Christian genocide thing in the United States. And he just said it that there were, these were his words, Biafra groups that are using, that are, the way he said it was this, I want to say, okay, remember. Biafra groups that are spreading stories of Igbo persecution. That's what he said. And then certain Igbo commentators, even the educated ones, I mean, schooled abroad, not to say that schooling abroad is actually better than Nigeria, to be honest, because these days, I went to Ife, by the way, so I can talk. These days, will I say it is well? Let me not. Just traveling abroad these days doesn't mean much, to be honest. Schooled abroad, studied everything, lived abroad, worked abroad, made money, have companies, all those fantastic things that you expect that will have exposed you to the world. Such people then began to attack Abati, saying that he was a tribalist, for saying that pro-Biafra groups were pushing persecution. Did he say Igbo people were pushing Igbo persecution? But pro-Biafra groups have been pushing Igbo persecution for many years. And in one of the reports that we read here last week, some of them have spent, there's a particular group that spent over $1 million just pushing, just lobbying in Washington. So Nigerian answers wants to spend $9 million, and suddenly everybody's saying that why should they spend their money there? I remember listening to the funny guy on Arise the other day saying that, oh, they're just wasting money. I'm like, that was the same mistake we made in 1960s. In the 1960s, up until 1968, Nigeria did not bother with propaganda. I'll tell you, and we read it here. I don't want to get into it today. The space, right, was just taken over by Biafrans, right, in Nigeria, across the world. Everybody believed what they heard, and Nigeria did not bother. Nigeria was winning the war from 67. The war started July 6, 1967. 4 days after the war started, on day 5, Ojukwu was already crying, literal tears. Not today's topic, but it was crying. It's in the book by Ilarion Joku. He was crying, they had to be petting him. So Nigeria was winning the war, but Nigeria was losing the narrative, right? Biafra had people in France, in Italy, in Geneva, all over the place, just pushing a particular agenda. And so Nigeria had to wake up by 1968. And then you have people like Anthony Nauro, who was the Federal Commissioner or Minister of Information, John, working with people like Shehu Shagari and the rest of them to try and counter the narrative. The same thing is what's happening today. They're trying to counter the narrative. But then you say, but the narrative is about Middle Belt. Why are you making it about Igbos? Because Igbos have been pushing the narrative for 10 years. You just did not notice, or we didn't notice. And so I said all of that to say that yesterday, or a couple of days ago, the New York Times article came out, and people have been saying all kinds of things, and it's important for us to read it. And we won't spend too much time on the news. I want us to be going to the news. To the topic. So I might probably read news because of time, so we can end early. All right. So this is the New York Times. It's just one of the people to chant the people that crafted this headline. Anyway, the screwdriver salesman behind Trump's airstrikes in Nigeria. That's the headline on the New York Times. Spotty research from a Christian activist has been used by U.S. intervention in the country. In a market in southeastern Nigeria, a short man wearing one earbud recently made his way to the tool section, dodging wheelbarrows of sugarcane and pot. The man, Emeka Umeagbalasi, owns a tiny shop selling screwdrivers and wrenches in this market in Onitsha, the commercial hub of Southeast Nigeria. But this screwdriver salesman is also an unlikely source of research that U.S. Republican lawmakers have used to promote the misleading idea that Christians are being singled out for slaughter in Africa's most populous nation. Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, Representative Riley Moore of Virginia, and Representative Chris Smith of New Jersey have all cited his work. Armed with these ideas, President Trump launched airstrikes on the other side of Mr. Umeagbalasi's country on Christmas Day. To Mr. Umeagbalasi, that the American president has taken up a course he had promoted was miraculous, quote unquote. If nothing is done, he said in an interview from his home, Nigeria will explode. Mr. Umeagbalasi says he has documented 125,000 Christian deaths in Nigeria since 2009, but told the New York Times that he often does not verify his data. So where did he get the number from? He acknowledged that his research was mainly based on secondary sources, including Christian interest groups, Nigeria News Report, and Google searches. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Moore, and Mr. Smith did not respond to requests for comment. A White House spokeswoman did not address questions about Mr. Umeagbalasi's data and methods, but said in a statement that the massacre of Christians by radical terrorists will not be tolerated. And it shouldn't. That's me. It's not there. Now me they put down. It is notoriously difficult to collect data on the killings, kidnappings, and attacks that have wrought havoc on Nigerians for years. The Nigerian government does not release comprehensive data on the number of people killed in violent attacks or their religions. Many attacks in Nigeria go unrecorded because they happen in remote areas and are only heard of long afterward. While some research shows that Christians are being killed in large numbers in Nigeria, researchers say a lack of security and widespread impunity in the most affected parts of the country endangers both Christians and Muslims, both Christian and Muslim Nigerians. Somebody's writing very funny jokes in the comment section. I'll respond to you when I'm done. Mr. Umeagbalasi is Catholic, founded the International Society for Civil Liberties and the Rule of Law, or Inter-Society, in 2008. He runs the organization out of his home. His wife, Blessing, an evangelical Christian, is a board member. He said he has degrees in security studies and peace and conflict resolution from the National Open University of Nigeria, and described himself as very powerful and knowledgeable investigator. Tell again, he described himself as a very quote-unquote powerful and knowledgeable investigator, comparing himself with the veteran CNN journalist Christian Amanpour. But when questioned about the accuracy of his data, establishing the religions, I'll tell that slowly. But when questioned about the accuracy of his data, establishing his religion of victims and determining the intent of perpetrators, he admitted that he rarely travels to the regions where attacks have occurred and usually assumes the victim's religion. Mr. Umeagbalasi has said that, by the way, if I'm not pronouncing the name correctly, it's because now small people they speak. So take a like that, please. Mr. Umeagbalasi has said that more than 7,000 Christians were killed in Nigeria in the first 7 months of 2025, but an independent conflict monitoring group, Armed Conflict Location and Event Data, estimates that around 6,700 people, including Islamist insurgents and military personnel, were killed in the same period. Only 3,000 of them were recorded as civilians, but that data is not disaggregated for religions. What they're saying basically here is this inter-society, and they're loud, okay? They're loud. We read some of the reports here last week, so you think it's one serious organization, but it is well. This guy said 7,000 Christians were killed in Nigeria in the first 7 months of 2025, right? January to July. And what people then discovered, what the other group, Armed Conflict Location and Event Data, discovered is that, in truth, about 6,700 people died in that same period, right? But that number includes Islamic insurgents and military personnel, right? And that about 3,000 of the people that died were civilians, and there's no data that actually, gives you who is who, like who is Christian, who is Muslim. There's nothing like that. But the guy in Onitsha knows exactly that all the people that died, and they added 300 people to the figure he got, all of them were Christians. That's what he said. Mr. Omogbelasi explained that it determines the religious identity of victims based on where each attack occurs. In other words, if it happens, let's say, in some parts of some parts of Taraba, if it happens in parts of Benue State, then all of them must be Christians, right? That's actually how he does his work. And please understand this. This guy supports Biafra. He supports Hypop. We read the report here. And if there's time, we'll probably see it again today. Just give an idea why they're not targeting Igbos. They're targeting certain people who have been pushing certain narratives. But if you are not thinking straight, you'll be writing rubbish in the comment section. I see you there, by the way, but I don't have your time yet. Let's continue. Mr. Omogbelasi explained that it determines the religious identity of victims based on where each attack occurs. If a mass abduction or killing happens in an area where he thinks many Christians live, he assumes the victims are Christians. For instance, if killings take place in Borno today, when I look at it, this is quote, so they are quoting him. For instance, if killings take place in Borno today, then I look at it, I will just look at the zone where the killings take place, he said, referring to the majority Muslim state at the heart of Boko Haram's deadly insurgency in Nigeria. Quote, once they take place in southern Borno, there's the likelihood of the victims being Christians, or many of them or most of them being Christians. End of quote. Many of Boko Haram's victims are Muslim. He also gave the example of 25 schoolgirls recently kidnapped in the state of Kebbi. The girls were all Muslim, according to the school principal and local officials. But Mr. Omogbelasi claimed that they were mostly Christian. Quote, the girls, a majority of them are Christians, but you know what Nigerian government did? He said, they went and Islamized them, gave them Islamic names just to confuse people. Do you see why Jubril of Sudan would work in a part of Nigeria? Do you get it? They went to Islamize all of them after they have been kidnapped. Okay. They also Islamized their parents at home who gave birth to them. Okay. Al-Qasim Abdulkadir, a spokesman for Nigeria's foreign minister, denied that the government had misrepresented the girl's religion. Quote, there's a lot of fallacy to his research, a lot of confirmation bias. End of quote. He said of Mr. Omogbelasi, he's very performative. Mr. Omogbelasi said he almost never travels to Nigeria's Middle Belt, the region where violence against Christians is most intense. Instead, he said, he relies on secondary sources like news reports and Open Doors, a Christian advocacy group whose data has been cited by Mr. Trump. One of his main secondary sources is Truth Nigeria, a project founded by a filmmaker and evangelist from Iowa, Jude Saul. Like Inter-Society and other Christian advocacy groups in Nigeria and the United States, Truth Nigeria frequently identifies the perpetrators of attacks on Christians in the country as quote-unquote Fulani ethnic militias. The Fulani are an ethnic group with tens of millions of Muslim members, some of whom are herders whose ancestors have roamed across West Africa for centuries. Mr. Omogbelasi called the Fulani animals and said all Fulanis should be confined to one Nigerian state, a move that would be tantamount to ethnic cleansing. Researchers, journalists, and prominent Christians regularly dispute Mr. Omogbelasi's figures. Nnamdi Obasi, the Nigeria advisor for the International Crisis Group, described Inter-Society's methodology as a total blank and said that the figures in Inter-Society's reports did not add up correctly. Quote, the basic addition is very, very faulty. End of quote, he said. Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto, the northwestern Nigerian state, and the United States. I'll take that again. Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto, the northwestern Nigerian state that the United States bombed in December, said in an interview that focusing too much on the data about Christians obscured a more important issue. Focus on the fact that this state is weak and doesn't have the capacity to protect its people, he said. Mr. Omogbelasi remains undeterred by criticism. He flipped open his laptop, where he had almost completed work on his next report, titled The Situation of Christians in Nigeria Fueled by Jihadist Terrorism Inches a Point of No Return. This is our heavenly marathon. Oh God. This is our heavenly marathon, he said. He sat in his living room, its walls painted green and black. A bookshelf was crammed with old papers and plaques. One read, For Excellent Service to Humanity. He said close to 20,000 churches were destroyed in the past 16 years, and he said 100,000 churches existed in Nigeria. There is no government data on the number of churches in Nigeria, so where did he get the 100,000 figure? Google did, he said. Go and verify. Reporting was contributed by Seiko and so on and so forth. Sekou Jame, John Cersei, Ismail Awal, and David G.D. Eleke. Where did you get data from? Go and Google it. Do you remember there was a
episode
one of this matchmaking stuff where the person asked a question and the host asked a question and the guest said, go and Google it. Google it now. So apparently we're supposed to go and be Googling it, go and verify. So that's the report about the screwdriver seller. And I don't want to read the reports we read last time of what Intersociety has done and how they have, given the impression, right, of what's happening in Nigeria. Also, if you notice, apart from his methodology, his language borders on propaganda rather than informing. It's about propagandizing. But let me respond to some questions in the comment section. I saw some of this stuff earlier. Let's do YouTube. Mr. Ẹkáàbọ, good to see you, sir. Welcome. Whitey Kubo, thank you for being here. Whitey Kubo says, Intersociety is the investigation bureau of IPOB. Uriwa is the human rights branch, but they can only campaign for IPOB rights. Interesting. Joseph F. Young, this is from YouTube. It says, are you sure of what you are saying? Iregbe. Forces of Nature says, from the Corporate Affairs Commission, you will know the number of churches in Nigeria. No, you said Google it. Don't be smart by half. And then Forces of Nature says, are you saying there's no Christian genocide in Nigeria? Okay, let me tell you something. See, once we are done, right, I can assure you this video will be on our YouTube channel. It's our repository. So you find the video in the live section of the YouTube channel, Busui Oris. Go back and watch it, and then you get the answer to your question. May God bless you and give you wisdom, because you need it. Good evening, HRM. Good evening, sir. Good evening, Prof. Says Intersociety is a joke. It is. But here's the problem. The folks who use that data, they don't know who is who. Someone is telling you 25,000 churches have been burnt. How? Listen, this is not to say things are not happening or that Christians are not being killed, right? This is not to say that, the Middle Belt is as calm as, like, there's nothing going on. There's something going on, and I've talked about it already. But there are people who want to use, these people are, this Intersociety, in the report we read the other day, you still see when they're mentioning Intersociety, they're mentioning AVID, American veterans of Igbo descent, who were telling Trump that they were ready to help, asking Trump to cite a military base in Port Harcourt. Waiting Port Harcourt take do, how Port Harcourt connect with Middle Belt? It has nothing to do with those people. They're just riding on the tragedy in the Middle Belt, which is the problem. Prof says it was Nigerian government that dropped the ball. They didn't counter the figures for a long time. Yes, and I said earlier that we made the same mistake that one government made in 67, 68. We just let people say whatever they want to say, and we're like, it doesn't really matter. The truth is the truth. People will discover the truth. Imbo, you have to speak up.
The government is justified in engaging.
Excuse me. Osegobla said the government is justified in engaging them in lobbying, dollars for dollars, in my view. Yeah. I don't know if these people are actually good people, thinking about the best for Nigeria. Why should they be angry that the government is setting the record straight? Again, the government cannot claim that Christians are not being killed. You can't say that. Right, but this idea of when people heard, this is how you know that Nigeria needs help, and the help I'm talking about is not even American help. It's people in Nigeria, some Nigerians need psychological help. When they heard that Trump said they're going to, get into Nigeria, guns are blazing, a particular section of Nigeria was happy. I mean, two groups were happy. The people who were going through trouble in the Middle Belt, and I've said it before, I don't care whether academically I am correct, it doesn't matter to them. They're the ones losing people, right? So if America wants to come in, they should be happy. It's normal.
Similar to the last election.
Excuse me.
Certain pastors from certain places said they were going to support a particular candidate. And I said, listen, I don't support
It's similar to the last election when certain pastors from certain places said they were going to support a particular candidate. And I said, listen, I don't support that candidate. I supported Tinubu, President Tinubu, and he's president now. And I'm supporting him for the next election, by the way. He's going to win by the grace of God. But you see, I told people around me, I said, these pastors you're talking about, they are supporting Peter Obi. I understand why they're doing it, and I get it, right? They are wrong, but I get it. They have a right to do what they're doing. Because if you understand the fact that they know people who died in the Middle Belt, you are able to give grace. Okay? So when Trump said they're going to essentially invade, that's the language. They were happy that they were going to be saved. But there was another group that was happy. And it began to broadcast, even in the US. President Trump, thank you for doing this. You're a great man. They were doing all that video. They were writing letters. They were publishing the letters to Trump. Oh, we have the letters. It's online. The letters are online. You can find them. Also for Avid, IPOB, Intersociety, all those people, they were writing. So you begin to wonder, there's something else here. Because the $1 million you spent lobbying in Washington was not to help people in Middle Belt. It was to cite a base in Port Harcourt. Why would you do that? That's the question that I hope people will answer when they have the time. Before we go, maybe one or two more news reports, and then we'll go straight to today's topic. Your man, who always says go and verify, he was at an event over the weekend. That's Peter Obi. And he had this interesting thing to say about where he had houses and where he didn't have houses. Take a listen to this. It's not the ADC. It's not an ADC member. No longer LP. So please take a listen to him.
As I am here today, I don't have a house in Abuja. I don't have the land. I'm not even preparing to have. Because I don't need it. The more you have all this, the more headache you put on your head. I said something, I've never been sick. Where will I? So it's not necessary. I was chairman of our regulatory body here. What is it called again? Huh? Huh? No. I was not by myself. Security and Exchange Commission. Let me tell you. No, wait, let me see.
32.
Let me resume to you from Arise News.
I don't own land or house in Abuja.
Peter Obi, I don't own land or house in Abuja. Peter Obi says deliberately avoid owning property in Abuja to reduce distractions and personal stress. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 general election, Mr. Peter Obi, has declared that he has no house or land in Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory. The chieftain of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, explained that his decision to avoid unnecessary headaches led him not to own property in Abuja. The former presidential candidate spoke at a coffee hangout with K Hikers Club in Abuja. Obi said, like you heard, I don't have a house in Abuja, I don't have land, and I'm not preparing to have one because I don't need it. That sounds very good. But I want to remind you of something. There's a video that came out earlier, some time ago, about Obi, who had said that, the house he had was the one in Onitsha and so on and so forth. So I don't know a house that he has in the UK. Take a listen to another video by the same person, Peter Obi.
My house, called in 1996. Can you give us proof? You bought this house in 1996. Yeah. September 1996. My check in full. Being full payment. Yeah, both check is prepayment of recycle credit as agreed. Sent full payment. 1996. This house is like selling for 1 billion, for 1 million pounds. Is there? So, someone can remember. Before I wrap around, once back in the name, $7 million. They are both them companies in Chile. It's there. So, all that is a business. So, for me, I'm not even sure I mean that I change the time. For them, no, for them, only one idea. For example, it's okay to make TV business, so setting it up. Come to the company patronage, and we for them, not go change this year. How about David TV on them?
That Shovel House.
Was that road contract?
Even almost something that happened to me. After I built that school in 2007, maybe I commissioned said the videos here, thereafter videos.
So now Peter talking about $7 million.
All right. So that was Peter Obi talking about a $7 million house that he has in Croydon, the UK. But what does this? How does this connect with Abuja? I thought you were not going to ask. So let me answer the question since you've asked now. Take a listen to this one. This was an interview where he spoke about where he owned property. Take a listen.
I live in Anambra today. The only place I have a house in my name, owned by me, is in Anambra State. I live in Anambra today. The only place I have a house in my name, owned by me, is in Anambra State. I live in Anambra today. The only place I have a house in my name, owned by me, is in Anambra State.
The video we listened to earlier, he bragged about buying a house in the UK, in London, for £1 million, right? And he said he bought the house. I mean, there's report that he bought the house in 1996. And I have a paper here, proprietorship register. This register specifies the class of title and identifies the owner. It contains any entries that affect the right of disposal. Title obsolete. Proprietor Gregory Peter Onwabuasi Obi of Osman Avenue, Cricklewood, London, right? The price stated to have been paid on 31st July was £570,000, but he said $1 million. Anyway, the point is that he said he had no other building in his name apart from the one in Anambra. And then another video was talking about the fact that he bought a house in London. And then he now says he doesn't have a house in Abuja. I want you to listen to somebody who knows him, and they work together. This man, his name is Dan Ulasi. He's a former PDP chairman of Anambra State. And this is what he had to say. Take a listen, please.
The claim, and I saw him claiming that P2B has no property anywhere in this country. This is the greatest fallacy of the 21st century. Peter owns a company called Next International. He's probably the biggest property owner in this country. I don't talk of the big shopping mall in Abuja. His younger brother controls everything he did.
Is there anyone in Anambra?
Oh yes, there's ShopRite he has at Onitsha. Everything about ShopRite is P2B. He annexed a land in my town through a foreign and offshore company, and he's building something there now.
What's happening? What's happening? Didn't you just hear that he has no building anywhere, but now they're talking about the fact that he has stuff everywhere. There's one more video I want you to listen to and then go to other things. Again, Peter will be telling us about the things he owns. Take a listen, please.
The only place I have a house officially built is in Onitsha. I don't own a property anywhere outside Nigeria except in the UK where I live.
Yes.
Other than that, any other place that there's a property name of people.
You know what the issue is? The issue is not about owning property. The issue is the need to make yourself out to be a saint. As though people care if you have, like, who cares? The need to prop yourself, like, you want to be seen as this pure guy. I'm not like every other person. Bro, you have a building in the UK. Like, you don't buy that kind of thing with peanuts. And what's wrong with the fact that you even do? You used to live in the UK, then you have a building there. Why are you going from one place to another? I don't have any building here. I have building here. I don't have a building. Then, so today, now you're hearing you don't have a building in Abuja. But you own next in Abuja. But it's okay, it belongs to the company. The question is whether you have a building in Abuja or you don't. How does that help me decide if I want to vote for you? How does that make you?
There's nothing tangible, nothing solid.
If you don't have a building in Abuja, then you are better. There's nothing tangible, nothing solid. This is what we want to do. This is how I want to do it. Just posturing. Like, I'm better than all of them. I'm not like them. They're all structure of criminality. But guess what? I'm now without structure. But we're going to see how it goes. But I'm not like them. Oh, I'm different. Oh, I don't get it. But somehow, right, to be, when they come to tell you this ridiculous thing, how, oh, you know, Peter Obi said, not lie, you don't have any building in your name, but you have in UK, and so on and so forth. Anyway, I'm going to take a break shortly. We're going to have 3 people come up. By the way, there's also, speaking of the UK, there is a case with Professor Barrister Zekome. It's quite sad. Alleged forgery is on Channels TV newspaper. Alleged forgery, FG files criminal charges against Ozekome over UK property case. 68-year-old Ozekome is being prosecuted by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC. The federal government has filed a criminal charge against a senior advocate of Nigeria, SAN, Michael Ozekome, over alleged forgery and use of false documents in a disputed property case in the United Kingdom. As news come on this one, as the news develops, we're going to talk about it. We'll bring it to your notice. All right. A number of things, but let me bring people up so that I can quickly deal with the news and I can get to the class. All right. Okay, I see Ades. Okay. Good evening. Are you there? Good evening. I brought you up, but I can't hear you. All right, so I think we should just maybe move on. There's a couple of videos on Ojukwu that I should play before we get to today's class. Okay, let's make it quick. So let's start with a podcast where one of the evil elders was talking about Ojukwu's role in the war. We're going to have a session on the war very soon, right? But we'll be introducing beats about it as we get ready for the full conversation. Meanwhile, I think I should read some responses on YouTube. Akadol on YouTube says you don't have land in Abuja means you will be a good leader, apparently. Joseph F. Young says, on what ground have you supported Mr. Tinubu? On what grounds do you think you have a right to question my support for Tinubu? Who do you think you are? All right, let's have. You just insulted me now. Do you guys even think? I've been reading the comment section on YouTube. You have been insulting me since. Now you're asking me on what ground have I supported? On what grounds do you have the right to? Let's listen to something on this whole. Ojukwu and how he got his people in trouble. Take a listen to this.
What do you think was Ojukwu's biggest mistake in the war?
Well, from my own analysis, three things happened. First is that I think at some point he became thick-headed, was not willing to listen to other people. And that's not the best thing for a leader, more so in a war situation. But again, I wish you could interview him, but it's not there. Number two was he did not, after that first encounter with Nigeria, of course, he didn't know at what point he'll have put brakes. Because when somebody like Zeke, who is a sage, he was not an ordinary guy. That's the point I'm trying to make. He had a high level of perception or consciousness that is not just normal. So when Zeke and people like Zeke started calling him back and saying, we have tried. This is the time to change course.
I mean, you were calling him back to end the war.
Yes, to look for a negotiated settlement.
But he insisted.
He was not forthcoming.
That should be the bravest thing to do, because if you are in the shoe, you will do same. The way you were stubborn during the war and facing the enemies,
but
square-headed.
Yeah, I agree, but the other thing is this. There's a time to face reality. There's a time to face reality. In anything that you do, you must know the point. If you read my book, Wire to Lead, one of the lessons there say, do not die in your mistake. There's a point you get, you say, I think there's a U-turn in front. You are going the wrong direction, let me take the U-turn. The time he left the country was too late, and he abandoned us. He left a very, even though it was strategic, but he left a psychological thing, as if the leader has run away. But he was trying to stop Biafra from being defeated. Now, if it is today, and he was still alive, maybe the war could have been continuing in other ways. But first is the issue of he became a little bit too egoistic and thought he knew all things, and that affected his ability to take advice. He didn't know when to adjust course. From what I've read, the Sikhs and some other people got at a point and they became his enemies because they were saying, look, I think we have come this far. Zeke was willing. Zeke went out, he was not able to brought recognition from Tanzania, all those his oath Pan-African friends. But when a man like that says, I think we need to look for another idea, this thing cannot be won in the field, he should have listened.
Was Zeke egoistic? Listen to him speak. You can judge for yourself. Take a listen. This was a press conference in July 1967 where he declared this was after he declared the new Republic of Biafra. Take a listen to him.
Our people here have for a long time been prepared for this eventuality, and I am confident of their readiness. I think that when it does come, that the people on the other side would be surprised as to what they're going to get. And I'm confident that it will not last long. I can't say for certain what Lagos has got. When we lost direct contact with Lagos, they had some 4 battalions, ill-equipped, and I know that they have been purchasing a lot of arms since, and I know that they have negotiated and received a few armored vehicles. Prior to that, they had some scout cars. I know they have tried to get planes. I am not sure they have got them there. But on our side, we too have not been sitting quietly. There has been quite a lot of build-up. And I think what I have here is sufficient to maintain the integrity of Biafra and more.
All right, that was Ojukwu when, I believe you could do and undo. And I'm playing this because people are not coming up. I want to make sure that I take a break. But it's important as well, isn't it? Flower says great Ojukwu. Yes, yes. Buru buru. Be like him, eh? Let's listen to General Gowon speak on how cowardly Ojukwu was. And he was a coward. What else would you be if you have a track record of always running away from a fight that you started? Well, this was a big one because people literally died. But the descendants of those who died are the ones who call him Buru Buru, and then they insult every other person. There is a mental problem somewhere. Listen to General Gowon on this matter. Take a listen, please.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Why do you think Ojukwu left Biafra? Was it because he was a coward? Was it because he felt that he stood in the way of a settlement?
Well, your guess is as good as mine. The foreign presidents seem to know him better than we do, than I do. Seem to give him all sort of excellent quality, so much above it having the rest of us. Ojukwu, the gallant chap who said, "I will fight to the last man, and I will be the last one, that will fall." What a pity! How are the mighty fallen, and in such a cowardly way. If he has done a Hitler, probably we could have thought, he is at least a man of courage. He didn't do a Hitler. Hitler took a poison, died, and ordered his body to be burned up. At least because he had, he knew what he has done. Ojukwu ran away and left these poor people that he has led into such, suffering, such abject position. Just left them, and now probably because with the money he has amassed outside, I suppose he will go and live in joy and plenty. Well, I hope he will enjoy the rest of his life. I hope his conscience will will allow him to rest. God knows. If at all, those who are supporting Ojukwu allow him to really get away with what he has done to his people, to Nigeria, to Africa, then I think they need to examine their conscience. And honestly, I have got no faith in such people.
You've now inherited.
Lastly, before we end this section, or this segment up to this session, here's a video to remind people like Flower why you need to be calm. Take a listen, please. It's one of yours.
1966, those young majors who of the Igbo extraction that participated in that coup were very stupid. They were mad. The reason is that in 1966, the Igbos had dominated the social, economic, political space of Nigeria. You had 2 premiers, 3 university vice chancellors, the IG of police, which was said there today, the army. You don't plan a coup against government that you are in charge. We went in and lost out everything. The Igbo man believes too much in.
Flower, yes, I've read the book. What about it? What about it? You guys look for books where they ensure that there's no culpability, like you're not responsible for anything, you've done nothing wrong, and then you celebrate it. I've read the book, but sensible people don't build arguments on only one material. Maybe it's my training. Maybe it's my training. I'm a priest after all. And we don't just take one verse and be shouting, hey, I found something. Of course, you can say that, but if you're going to be building a doctrine out of something, you want to make sure that you have more than one verse. The Bible says, in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, the truth shall be established. So just throwing all politics and violence. It's a good book. I mean, let me put it this way. It's a good writer. I think the book is also good, but doesn't mean that you just take everything hook, line, and sinker. All right. Okay. Oh, dear. Please, if I bring you up, we're going to have to... You didn't hear that thing the first time? People are saying play it again. I want to hear it again. Okay, take a listen one more time then. One second. I think we have an issue with the other stuff. Just give me a second to fix it. Someone on YouTube says, what is great about Ojukwu after killing millions of Igbos? See, that's the craziest thing. I was reading this afternoon, I was reading this book, The Forgotten Document of Nigerian Civil War by Odiafemon, and it says something that's very, very concerning. That these people have lionized villains. Those are his words. And I'm like, Said they are lionized villains and they are villainized. I'm using that word now. That villainized, I'm making that up. Essentially creating villains out of people who actually stretched out their hands to help them. Those are the villains. But the ones who actually did them bad, those ones are the heroes. They are the lions. It's a guru. Everybody be okay. Let's put that video and then we'll bring people up very quickly. Take a listen, please.
We'll play later. For some reason, it's not playing. We're gonna have. Okay.
Maybe we'll play it later. For some reason, it's not playing. We're gonna have. Okay.
That participated in that coup were very stupid. They were mad. The reason is in 1966, those young majors who of the Igbo extraction that participated in that coup were very stupid. They were mad. The reason is that in 1966, the Igbos had dominated the social, economic, political space of Nigeria. You had 2 premiers, 3 university vice chancellors, the IG of police, which was said there today, the army. You don't plan a coup against government that you are in charge. We went in and lost out everything. The Igbo man believes too much in.
There's something this person is missing out on. They had 3 VCs of Nigerian universities. They had 2 premiers, the Midwest and the Eastern region. They had all these things, the police, the army. They had all these things, but they didn't have political power. And that's why when you read Reminiscences by David Ejor, you will understand the idea that these guys, they wanted to do certain things and discovered that the person they had there, who was the ceremonial president, had no executive powers. And when they asked the question in 1964, if there are conflicting orders from the president and the prime minister, who should the army follow? And the person who asked that question, believe it or not, was Ojukwu. Ojukwu asked the question, he was asking his own fellow officers, and that question somehow made its way to Welby Everard, who then had to scale it up to the Attorney General of the Federation, Adetokunbo Ademola, who then, explained the Constitution essentially, saying to them, listen, you're going to have to listen to only the Prime Minister or the Minister of Defense. That was when they knew that he didn't have power. So the idea about the Coup of 66, and that's why I always say that to understand this thing, you have to, if you want to understand 1966 coup, and we did a fantastic job, if I can say so myself, because that thing was a lot of, I felt that I felt virtue flowing out of me on that day. If you really, it's not even a joke, to be honest, and people reached out afterwards, which is quite nice. Apparently, we're all learning together, and we are being helped. If you really want to understand what happened in 1966, do not start the conversation in January. You have to go to 65, 64, 63, 62, 61, 60, and then maybe even go back all the way to 44 and 37. It's a lot of work, but that's the only way you can understand what happened. And so this man is angry, and I get it. Oh, they now lost everything. Well, the reason they lost everything, right, is because they wanted that thing they didn't want. Sorry, they didn't have. So that when we speak and you say we are ambitious people, that's what ambitions cost. When you have, what they call Ojuko Koro, there's no contentment. Bible says contentment and godliness are great gain. But if you don't have contentment, no matter, they had more than all of us. But that one thing they didn't have, they must get it. And in getting it, they lost everything they had. And since that time, Nigeria hated them. Nigeria hates us, Nigeria hates us. They don't even understand what happened. Your parents had everything, but that political power. The West side did not even have up to what the East had. It was the North political power, and the East had every kind of power. Whether it was economic, whether it was bureaucratic, whether it was diplomatic, it was in the eastern region, particularly the Igbos. Yoruba people were shortchanged because we're in the opposition. Now the person will get more than you, can't they go fight the other person and say, that one thing where you get with me, I don't get to. That power, I must collect them. As they collect them, they lose them for after 6 months. Since that time, I cry. It is well. I'll bring people up, we'll make it very short, and then get to this class. So this class is The Trouble with Nigeria by Chinua Achebe. But let's have some responses first. All right, so we have some people trying to come up. Please keep it short. We're going to make it 2 minutes, and then we can move on very, very fast. 2 minutes. And if I don't bring you up, we're just going to bring people up at the end of the class anyway. So don't worry about it. All right. As soon as you get up, please mute so that we don't have interference. Please mute. Please mute. Thank you. Where's the prof? Sent you. Please just keep it short so that we can go to class. Please, as soon as you get up, please mute. Like I really need you to mute, please. Thank you. All right, let's start with Ades. Good evening, Ades.
Good evening, sir.
Evening, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for all the good work you've been doing. I've been following you since I heard you on Madam Obatala's platform. So I just want to say thank you very much. I saw the video you did about the coup of 1966 on YouTube. It was very nice. I just want to say thank you. I want to listen from the background. I don't like contributing, so thank you very much, sir. That's all from me.
Eshe.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. God bless you. All right, let's move to the next speaker. Mouth Vision now.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good to see you again. Yeah, it's fascinating what the last video clip. Do you know that last video clip you played? I never knew that I never knew to the degree in which the Yoruba nation was shortchanged at that time, and I didn't know that the connivance of the NCP and NCNC essentially they dominated all the space, honestly, until just we played that clip. And that even made it, that context, having that context actually made the whole Civil War even much more painful. That you sit on top of all this goodness, all this glory, with the connivance of the other political party and a partner in the North, and still you were not able to develop in terms of your evolution, in terms of your so many other factors to leverage for your own people, but you have to decimate everything and then take everybody down with you. It actually made it really, really very sad, you know. And that mindset is still what we still have pervading that certain section of the country today, which again, stuff like this, we all need to learn and use it to help those who are coming up as political leaders to really understand that, look, we need to help ourselves so that Nigeria as a construct and the nations within it can get to the next destination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthew, and thank you for keeping it short as well. Thank you very much. Let's have Prof, and then we'll go to my battlefield. Prof, please go on.
Thank you, Kagisi. Yeah.
Ẹkáàbọ, sir.
Akushe, yeah.
Yes.
So two things, right, on inter-society. Like I said, I think the federal government needs to be flogged in the sense that this report, so lots of things can be true. I believe there were targeted killing of Christians or buying of Christians is a part of Nigeria. So no one can dispute that. So I think if people want to dispute that, it's a big fat lie. They were targeted annihilation. Does it meet the definition of genocide? That's a different thing entirely. But that did happen. That is ongoing. And there are still people that openly plan for that. But inter-society, however, is where I fought, the Nigerian government. And I know I said this on Twitter one time, and the Tinubu supporters got angry because all of them just worship the man without thinking. My point is that this report, right now, as Wale Soyinka said, that a lie, if you don't treat it, it's going to take many forms. And at a point, it will fasten itself, right, to reality. And it will be hard for you to remove. And that is what we are saying. This particular report from Inter-Society is the basis of many of the policy from the US government. Whether we like it or not, all these quotes about 70% of the Christians by worldwide are from Nigeria. That is Inter-Society, right? Inter-Society, these figures have been quoted. The figures from Inter-Society has been in policy reports of major NGOs since at least 3 years back. Nigerian government did not counter it. They did not bother to counter it. So this thing has solidified. The same number is repeated over and over and over again, right? And Nigerian government did not bother. Before B. Maha, spoke, Newsweek, a month before that, published something on Nigeria, quoting Inter-Society. Nigerian government did not do anything. They responded to B. Maha because it was an embarrassment to them. If not, it was an embarrassment, they wouldn't have bothered. So Nigerian government has got itself to blame on that one. And I don't know how they are going to solve it, right? Because a lot of policy, it's just a confirmation bias for most of these, white evangelicals, right? These figures played into their bias. Go and look at the guy's methodology. If you've done basic data analysis, you look like this is a joke. You know what the guy called Fulani aggression? He said Nigerian military is made up of Fulani. So all the attacks against IPOB, when IPOB attacked them, and that is what it counts as Fulani aggression. It counts every conflict between Nigerian army and IPOB as Fulani, and his methodology is that the Nigerian army is 100% Fulani. So they are Fulani headsmen. And someone sat down, people that Tinubu were paying did not do anything. I said this thing when the report came out. I am surprised that it now sounded like news. But that's the wayside, because I need to trouble. The other thing I want to point out is I want to just quickly read something out. And this was from a Frederick Forsyth interview of Ojukwu. And the people that are following Ojukwu, I hope they listen very well. So Forsyth asked Ojukwu, said, on a purely tactical level, what would you estimate were the mistakes you made? It was an interview. Ojukwu said, mistakes? He said, I made many. You made many with people's life. Said, thank God for the gift of hindsight. I think some of my mistakes were based on my identification of targets, political and military, both internal and external. I think these were a bit easy, and this led to a certain hesitation at crucial point. This was the same man that said they have all the armies to defeat Nigeria. Let me go on. I think I declared Biafra late. Probably the best time would have been on the usurpation of power by a military junta in Lagos. I think I missed Lagos itself as a military objective. This is the main thing now. I underestimated the effect of foreign exchange on the conflict. Is that a smart person? This man wasted people's life. He said, I underestimated the effect of foreign exchange on the conflict. I did not realize the full significance of the Suez Canal closure in 1967. I don't think I planned adequately against hunger. He's not saying Awolowo. I hope his people are hearing. He said, I don't think I planned adequately against hunger. The man that took you to war did not care about what you are going to eat. And I introduced the Biafran ideology list. Thank you, Kabiyesi. I'll send this to you. Thank you.
Okay. I say. Thank you very much, Prof. By the way, if you notice I didn't stop him, it's because I usually have him like a special guest from time to time. So it's every time he comes, I want to pick his brains, and I want all of us to benefit from his wealth of knowledge. It's quite interesting that the same Ojukwu, I was reading something from him this afternoon, and he was still lying. And the lies are things that people hear about and get angry. We're going to get into that later. Let's have my battlefield. Good evening, my battlefield.
Hello, good evening. It's nice having this session again. I think when you talk about the war, about a few things people have forgotten, that before Ojukwu started the war, Nigeria gave Ojukwu about 545 million, £1,000 to feed his people. People have forgotten that. And people have even forgotten that the coup was started on the false footing. They started the coup because they thought the North was going to Islamitize Nigeria. And they thought that Tafawa Balewa imported arms into Nigeria. That was why the first time when they invaded Tafawa Balewa's house, and they actually, deleted his wife and himself. When Ojukwu asked Sheikh Gumi's dad, Sheikh Gumi guys went to visit Tafawa Balewa house just to see what happened. Nzegu called him to his house, into his office, and the first thing Nzegu asked him was, where are the arms you imported? He said, which arms? He said, I heard that you wanted to Islamitize Nigeria and you imported arms. You could see the same thing Ojukwu said just a while ago from what you read out. So the excuse of corruption was a fallacy. They started the coup because they thought the North was going to Islamitize Nigeria. And people are saying that the Igbo dominated the political space and everything. No, they did not dominate everything by merit. It was by fraud, because they are more red. The North was not prepared, and you are in alliance with the North. So all those in domination were false city, right? And again, about Obi, I think it is high time the federal government started an investigation on what Obi has been filling his asset declaration form, because he's been lying a lot, and I'm going to employ someone to go and do it. He's going to get himself into trouble. He talks too much. You see, that's a sign of someone who lacks confidence, and he wants to put people in a sense of trust so that he can dismantle it. If the people at Anambra, if you go impeach this guy twice, they've repented. But at the same time, you need to do some auditing. I said, what made you to visit, to vote for Obi in the first place? And again, about Biafra again, sorry for me to come back to that. People think the Igbos are the only people who lost people during the war. I remember vividly when the Nigerian troops, when they will come to our street, right, to enlist people by force. Some of them, some family, all their sons were taken. I could remember one instance when this woman was following the truck that was enlisting people. He said, "Please, just give me one son, only one son of my son." They took all his other three sons away. He said, "Please, just give me one." You see people crying because they will come to your street and they will just, take away people. Yoruba people, they are the main victims of this war. They are the only people who lost everything, and they did not.
Please round up, please.
They did not delete anybody. So the Yorubas, they are the main victims. At the same time, I want to thank the Hausas. If not for the Hausas, the Igbos, they would have dominated everything. They would have enslaved everybody. The Hausas were the only people who stopped them by staging a counter coup. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that submission on Battlefield, Eshegon. I'll bring some people up. Please, as soon as you get up, please mute so that you don't, disturb those who are speaking. Then I'll bring one more person very soon. So please, let's keep it short. We're going to get to class very soon.
Okay.
Mr. Lekon, please go on.
Prof.
Please hold on.
Okay, sir.
Flower. Yes, sir. Flower, please read the tragedy of victory by Godwin Labisama. There are many Yoruba people that were held prisoner by Ojuku's men in Biafra. So when you say that the federal troops consisted more of the Benue and Kogi factions, not the Yoruba, you are lying. That's another thing. You guys make statements that you don't know. And you don't even ask, you don't ask the question, or you just say it as though you know what you're talking about. You know what? Let me just leave it alone. Yoruba people were in the army, not 1, 2, 10, 20, 100. There were many in the army. So this whole thing about it was just Kogi and Benue. Not. Meanwhile, did you know what they call these people? Biafra guys. You said it wasn't the one that declared the war. From before Nigeria got involved in the war on July 6, 1967, Ojukwu was bombing places in Benue, by the way. And when he took his guys, when they took whatever they were carrying to the Midwest, they went as far as Okene, in present-day Kogi State. I don't know what they were looking for there. Maybe and to be honest, if you really read the reports, Ojukwu's original idea was to conquer Biafra, own Biafra, conquer the Midwest, Western region, and then the North. One day we'll get into that conversation. You guys don't have an idea how ambitious that man was. Just that he did it at the expense of other people's lives. It is well. Let's have Olekon. Please go on, comrade.
All right, sir. First and foremost to keep on encouraging you, sir. We really appreciate you, and I believe that Almighty God will appreciate you more for this high hope now every day, all the time. I do it me personally for you, so that we keep on enjoying you, and more and more. And I want to ask if you can revisit this Islamic evolution in Yoruba land. So, because mo miss the class anybody discuss it, so please anytime tẹ́ bá mọ̀ pé ó tún máa rọrùn about treat àwọn ilé tó wà lọ́wọ́ wa tán can so revisit now. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we will do it. We'll have a session on evolution of Islam. We didn't even finish the one on Christianity, but I think we'll do both. Yeah, we will. We'll get back to you. Thank you very much. Let's have Bumblebee, please. Good evening. You're coming up. Kindly mute. Good evening, my brother.
Oh, I hope my audio is very good today.
Yes, you're good.
Last 2 times I tried to join. Yeah. So I think I'll just touch on Obi, I'll take it back to before these last elections when they were doing the campaigns and all. A lot of discourse was going on social media, WhatsApp groups, and all. And at the beginning, it was just a neutral support for Obi. So I supported Obi. I really wanted him to go. But I always told most Obedients, the ardent Obi supporters, I said, look, I'm not an Obedient. And I'm supporting Obi for only one reason, for the sake of political inclusion of people that have been agitating and all, so that everybody can just, rest at the end of the day. But towards election, he started taking a very, very, very toxic tribal coloration, and it started putting most neutral people away. And I kept pointing it out to them. I said, look, don't come and make any argument that in any way Obi is better than Tinubu. Obi is in no way better than Tinubu. Is it the academic qualification? Is it the work experience? Tinubu is an ex-ExxonMobil executive. So he has more experience, he's more politically savvy and all. So you can't tell me Obi is more experienced than him when it comes to politics. But the only reason some of us were supporting was just for inclusion. And at the end of the day, most of us that were like on the fence, we started seeing the true color of all these so-called obedient people. It became very, very tribal. They were cursing everybody out in comment sections in build up to the elections. And eventually when they won, it became obvious why they won. And for some of us who were not very, very aware of what the Biafran issue was and the whole war and everything, it became very clear to us why they are in the position where they are today. There are people that can't respect other people's spaces. There are people that can't give room for neutral argument. They can't argue opposite sides of the discourse. And they are just very, very radical people. And it's very clear that it will take a long time for someone from that side of the country to become president. I hope they learn. And just as an example, you see someone like Flower in the comment section. Instead of you to listen and learn and be humble, ask questions and learn, you just want to argue, you want to be antagonistic, you just want to go into other people's spaces. Okay, even if you are not very comfortable with the arguments you are making on this platform, this is not an IPOP platform. If you want to come here and learn, stay and learn. If there's something you are not clear on, ask questions so that you can be pointed in the right direction. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everybody, for cooperating.
Wow, that was. Thank you, everybody, for what's the word now? For cooperating and making sure that the submission was not too long. We just have 2 more people, and then we'll get into the conversation today. Please, max 2 minutes so we can get to class, right? So we have PH Fanny.
Yes, Fanny. Yes.
That's an interesting name. All right. Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
Please go on.
No, sorry. I'm actually been watching most of the videos, so I'm actually a user person too, and I kind of like the eye of me. So there are a lot of things that we actually need to understand regarding the Biafra, what happened before, and all of these things. And for example, for some of
You're like away from your mic, so it's not very clear.
We can't really hear you. You're like away from your mic, so it's not very clear. You're not very audible.
Okay.
Hello?
No.
Okay.
Yes. So for some of us that are in engineering, in other field that we didn't do history, we actually didn't know much about those things. And prior to now,
I didn't do history in school, though.
Yes,
sorry, continue.
Yes, and prior to now, we actually don't have interest in trying to know some things because we just felt, well, we are Nigerians, so we should move forward. Or, of course, until recently, especially the election that has to bring a lot of us to start thinking like, okay, why, like this, like that. So, and to me, actually, even me, I actually didn't support Tinubu also, though I actually didn't vote also. because I was kind of busy then, so I wasn't actually around. So I actually didn't vote, but initially, I actually kind of supported Osibanjo then, the young and stuff. And I believe Obi only got the popularity he has because Osibanjo actually didn't contest. If Osibanjo actually contested, Obi cannot even beat him in a proper debate, actually. So of after the whole election stuff, I think it's quite and listening to some of your videos, saying, in fact, I have to buy some books, actually. Some of those books you mentioned, I'm also part of your Telegram channel. So I actually buy some of those books to actually confirm, like seriously. Then I was like, wow, that's nice. So seriously, I would like to commend you. You are actually doing a very great job. Seriously, you are. And thank you for that.
Kind words, and I'm glad you're on the channel. By the way, in case you haven't joined, everyone, please go to Telegram. There's a Telegram channel, Radio Me Global. You can get some free materials you can get some free materials on that channel. Redomi is spelled REDOMI Global. Please join. If you want to buy books, some of the books that we talk about, especially the ones that are still in print, you will find them on Redomi Books on Telegram as well. There are different sections, different categories, so you can go in there, pick the one you want to buy, and then it can be shipped to you wherever you're in the world. So please check out Redomi Books. But for some of the materials that are free, you'll find them on Redomi Global. Thank you very much. We'll have the final speaker, final contributor, and then we can get to class now. Good evening, Cleve.
Evening, Dr.
Cleve. Yes. Evening,
yeah,
sir.
Thank you very, very much. My comment is on the second to last video that you saw the outcry from a sensible Igbo man that said that those guys that processed that war, they were mad people. You can see the anger in him. Now, but what a lot of persons are not historically tracing down to our recent days is that the characteristics, the character, that insatiable character of an average Igbo man is still there. They've not dealt with it. Now, I'm just going to drag it down to the last elections. Now, you see, the host of other persons in Nigeria actually galvanized vote for Peter Obi across tribal lines. And we had outspoken people. And we have a host of these Yoruba people that stood for Peter Obi. Do you know that immediately Peter Obi won Lagos State, I was expecting that what Peter Obi would have done would have been a bit calmer in that victory. He would have called his people and gave a vote of thanks to even the Yorubas that made it possible. But that wasn't the case. Immediately they won that battle, they won that election in Lagos State. They went on a Twitter space. I was privy to that Twitter space. They made a statement. They said, now that we've won Lagos, it is not enough. It is time to now dethrone the Obas in Lagos State. It is time to remove all the Obas, because if we don't remove the Obas, the victory will not be thorough. I was in that space and I was shocked that what will an average Yoruba man that stood behind Peter Obi, how will they feel hearing that in victory, in winning Lagos? I think I'm hearing a vibration. Okay, thank you. Now, when I heard that particular broadcast or that particular live, that now that we've won Lagos, it is not enough. Let us dethrone the Obas. Let us make sure that we take over the political space in Lagos State. At that point, I knew that Obi has lost the pitch. He has lost those that are detribalized, even from the Niger Delta where I come from. It's a message that backing an Obi was actually backing a Biafra agenda. Thank you very much.
I'm going to say something to what you said.
Thank you very much. I'm going to say something to what you said. when I heard that space, was I surprised? Not one bit. I wasn't. It's true to form. It's, you see, I said it, the way you wake up in the morning and you prostrate, that's actually how some people are with just being loud and being obnoxious. You're obnoxious to the point where you don't care for the culture of the people that you're dealing with. Why should you? You're supposed to be their guy. You're supposed to, you're right. We don't understand these things, but we will. We will learn, but not the hard way, by the grace of God. Listen, when you look at Nigeria's political history, this is what has happened. The North is usually internal looking, inward looking, right? They want something for themselves. They don't care what you have. I'm saying originally, before everything scattered into unitaries, whatever, but I'm saying their own is to take care of themselves. And even till now, you still see it. Is to take care of themselves. The West is altruistic. In other words, you'll be okay, but I've got to be fine, right? I don't mind every other person being okay, and I'm going to help you in some ways. So when it comes to derivation, the West will support raising formula, for instance. Excuse me. When it comes to even campaigns, right? It's almost always about, the West has to be taken care of, but Nigeria is also very good. So when you look at the political ideology of Awolowo, even from the days of Ẹkáàbọ in 1945, they've always had something they want to achieve for the entire collective. That's Nigeria. The East plays the game a different way. Again, remember, the North thinks about itself primarily, and that's it. You may say it's bad. Wait till you hear the third one. The West is usually about, I'll be good, but I'll take care of you as well, wherever I can. The East is, I will be good at your expense. I will take care of myself. I will eat everything at your expense. So when we come to negotiation table, it is never a win-win situation. If you have a win-win conversation with, I'm talking about the political leaders from the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. And the reason I talk about them in 2026 is that the ideology is still alive and well. Whether people are now practicing it, you can now judge on your own. But the political ideology really, from the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, what you see really, even to the 90s, even to the 1990s, I'm not going to talk about the Fourth Republic. You extrapolate and decide what you think it is. But from before independence to the Third Republic, what you've always had from the East is, we're going to win at the expense of everybody else. So if it costs you guys whatever, we don't care. We just want to win. You Yoruba people are the ones who think, if you want to do business, I mean, this is one of the laws of negotiation, right? Negotiations. You want to have a deal. You want a win-win situation, right? You win, the other person also wins. Doesn't go back hating on you. No, but this one's don't think like this. Collect everything. Why am I saying this? Because what you said about the last election is similar. It's not enough to win. You have to rub those people's faces in the mud. You have to tell them who the boss is. That's the mindset. You have to change the kings. And it's not difficult for me to understand, because even Ironsi was talking about transferring kings all over Nigeria. The first time I read that thing, somebody said, first time I didn't just say it, I read it. It was a lie. I mentioned the book, and the person said it's not true. But it's true. It's a book by Martin Dent, right? Who was thinking of transferring kings. And Azikiwe said something close to that in 1970, where for him, this whole idea of aristocracy actually somehow does not allow for, people to become what they should be. There should be no aristocrats. But I've said something several times. Anytime I hear Azikiwe and folks from that side say there shouldn't be something, I don't listen, and I'll tell you why. The goal is this: there shouldn't be this thing. Let's remove this thing across Nigeria. But I can assure you, he will not remove his own. He will now become to want to feel the vacuum that you have created, because nature abhors a vacuum. Whatever you have removed, you're not really removed. You have removed people from that class. They will now ascend to that space, and then you cannot speak against it, because after all, we're all one Nigeria. That's the game. And if younger folks from the Southeast, we're going to have a session on Odia Femon's book. If we read some of those things, you'll find healing, if you want, which I think is what we should all be looking for. But if you want to argue, Well, I love your time, but there are many books to counter what you're saying. But I want to thank everybody who came up. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. And we're going to move on to the next segment. That's the class. And we're going to have a great time together. So thank you very much, Cleve, Alekom, Ebato, Comrade, my Battlefield, Prof. Remy, everybody. Thank you very much for coming up. Math Fusion as well. All right, let's go to class now. So today, we're discussing the trouble with Nigeria by Chinua Achebe. Now, Chinua Achebe published this book in 1983, and he said some things that I think, has somehow created the kind of mindset that folks have in Nigeria. I'm not just talking about Igbo people. Like I mentioned earlier, I was listening to Professor P.L. Lumumba, and he referred to this book. This was a while back, and when he did, I was like, "Oh dear Lord, like this is bad." It's bad because, but it's true to form. Like the idea basically is that you've got to demarcate Nigeria. Nigeria doesn't have anything good. Nigeria is not favorable to anybody. Nigeria hates folks from the southeast. It's in the book, by the way. Whatever you saw in There Was a Country, you also see here, apart from the bit about, well, it didn't go deep into the war matter, but the things about victimhood and Kiniko is inside this one as well. Now, we're not going to read everything, apparently, but we're going to I'm going to start with something. 1 second, let me get to my notes.
We're going to start with a quote I found in the book by Wole Soyinka. This book was published last year, so if you're interested.
We're going to start with a quote I found in the book by Wole Soyinka. This book was published last year, so if you're interested, you should get it. Baiting Ibophobia, Interventions 12. So this is, I found a very interesting opening in the book. Right? I quote, "Particularly with Nigerians and their many shenanigans on social media. I followed your interview in Cairo, and I believe the young generation in Africa, especially Nigeria, will learn soon. However, on closer inspection of the comment section of my post, I noticed a lot of racial division, especially from individuals with Igbo names displaying biased comments. They are very young and probably unaware of their history. I am confident they will soon learn." This is a letter from a Brazilian correspondent and frequent visitor to Nigeria, November 13, 2023. However, I'll read that second paragraph. In fact, let me read everything just to make sure that you hear it again. "Particularly with Nigerians and their many shenanigans on social media, I followed your interview in Cairo, and I believe the young generation in Africa, especially Nigeria, specifically Nigeria, will learn soon. However, on closer inspection of the comment section of my post, I noticed a lot of racial division, especially from individuals with Igbo names, displaying biased comments. They are very young and probably unaware of their history. I am confident they will soon learn." If you've been like me and you've read comments on social media, you've watched videos by young Igbo people, and you've seen the vim, the venom, the anger, the fact that you cannot have a conversation without people insulting you. Even people not old enough to, children insult you anyhow, talk to you anyhow. That thing is coming from somewhere. One of those ways is what we want to get into now. The Trouble with Nigeria by Chinua Achebe. Like I said earlier, the book was published in 1983. Some of the things he said, you would have thought they're just being spoken today. So let's read some things here. We're going to read Igbo Problem last, but let's start with the beginning, chapter 1.
By the way, I intend
All right.
to open other books as we go along, so
By the way, I intend to open other books as we go along, so
let's start with
at some point I might just move to other books. So let's stay close, right? So let's start with where the problem lies. The trouble with Nigeria is simply and squarely a failure of leadership. There is nothing basically wrong with the Nigerian character. There's nothing wrong with the Nigerian land or climate or water or air or anything else. The Nigerian problem is the unwillingness or inability of its leaders to rise to the responsibility, to the challenge of personal example, which are the hallmarks of true leadership. If you think he is right, you've not been coming to these sessions a lot. That's not the problem with Nigeria. People talk about Nigeria having a leadership problem, and I ask only one question: where are the leaders from? We produce these leaders, and I said something the other day that many of us, maybe not all, I'm sure we have some saints here. Many of us would not mind corruption as long as we benefit from it. We wouldn't mind it. We only talk about leadership when the person that we prefer is not the one leading, for the most part. People talk about leadership problem in Nigeria. I'm not saying Nigeria's leadership is great, but I'm saying it's a reflection of the society. They didn't import these people from outer space. They are from the outside space. They're from amongst us, essentially, right? So the idea where you say, oh, look at the leaders, look at us, I don't think is a proper way. But let's just continue. I'll read some things. I'll explain a bit more. On the morning after Murtala Mohammed seized power in July 1975, public servants in Lagos were found on seat at 7:30 in the morning. Even the go-slow traffic had defeated every solution and defied every regime, vanished overnight from the streets. Why? The new ruler's reputation for ruthlessness was sufficient to transform the course of only one night, the style and habit of Nigeria's unruly capital. That the character of one man could establish that quantum change in the people's social behavior was nothing less than miraculous, but it shows that social miracles can happen. We know, alas, that transformation was short-lived. It had begun to fade even before the tragic assassination of Murtala Mohammed. In the final analysis, a leader's no-nonsense reputation might induce a favorable climate, but in order to effect lasting change, it must be followed up with a radical program of social and economic reorganization, or at least a well-conceived and consistent agenda of reform, which Nigeria stood and stands in dire need of. Okay, let me just ask some questions. You can think about these questions. Number one, where are the leaders from? Number two, is there a sense of ownership? Because the example is given is Murtala Mohammed. Unless you're looking for a benevolent dictator or a strong man, like some people are canvassing for,
Is there a sense of ownership?
you're not going to have the kind of thing he's talking about. But is there a sense of ownership, of stewardship, or of sharing the national cake? Number three, do you need to have a military government to force you into doing things? Number four, why is it only the military? Why is the military so united? I'm going to stay on this for a bit. So let me just go through the things I wrote. Again, I'm reading my notes. We'll get into the conversation deeper. Where are the leaders from? Answer is they're from amongst us. So we produced the corrupt ones. Until the society takes responsibility for that, you'll be having the same kind of people leading you. That's the truth. Would it be nice to have some fantastic leader that just thinks outside the box? Of course. I just ask you this question. Would you be that person?
Do you know how many young people are in government today?
Because some of us, we speak English. When you get there, do you know how many young people are in government today?
Do you know how many?
You don't. When you hear politicians, you think of the old men. Do you know how many 30, 40-year-olds are in government today? Do you think they're not chopping the money like the older ones? And what have they done that is so fantastic? I mean, fantastically different from what has been done before them? It's not about the presidency. It's a whole, like it's everyone. All of us, let's be talking to ourselves. So, because if you have the opportunity and you go and mess, it's easier to insult. They don't know anything. They are corrupt. They are terrible people. They'll give you one local government.
Number two, do we have a sense of
you chop out the money and I'll be speaking English. God bless us. Number two, do we have a sense of ownership in Nigeria, of stewardship, or do we just go there to share the national cake? This question you answer yourself. Right? Number three, do we need to have a military government to force us into doing things? Because the examples they gave, because military can do anything. And why am I asking that question? I'll tell you something. A while back, somebody took the Lagos State government to court because the government dared to earmark one day in the month for environmental sanitation. Now, under military, nobody but your papa, we go take military, go court, say, may you no go out of, they will just beat you. Why? If you don't put koboko on your body. But the point is, why would the person do that? I don't talk about the ethnicity of the person that went to court, and I'm sure you already know.
Then people now say things like Lagos is dirty.
Took the government to court, and so they stopped having sanitation. Then people now start saying things like Lagos is dirty. I'm like, what do you expect? You took the government to court saying that you have freedom of movement. Now we can't clean the place. Now let me tell you, why would the person go to court? There are two different people, by the way, but why would the person do so? Because of, there's this thing of me versus the collective, and my own interest is actually superior. And because there's no connection to that space. You see, in Nigeria, everybody expects that somebody will take care of something. And because everybody is expecting that somebody will do it, yes, the court did. The court did. But here's where I'm going. When it comes to your thing, right, in a place where you have interest, even if you know that that thing could actually maybe affect you, you want to move out anytime, you remember that wait, it's just 1 out of 31 days. And it's going to make our environment clean. Let's leave it now. I'll just take one for the team. But you see, we are Nigerians. We don't have connection with the country. We can be speaking English and be doing motivational speaking. We are not connected to Nigeria. We are more connected to where we are from. We act like we're not. And if anybody talks like me, he's a tribalist. But that's because you're not thinking straight. The truth is, if you think I'm a tribalist, you're not thinking straight. The truth is that once it has to do with what's yours or what belongs to your people, suddenly you start thinking differently. You are trying to protect it. When it's Nigeria, it doesn't really belong to anybody. Somebody should take care of it. Somehow somebody would do it. And if nobody does it, they will blame the government. Which is why, when they were returning the artifacts to Benin, I was one of those people who championed, when they were returning to Nigeria, I was one of those people who championed that Benin should be the ones to collect the artifacts. Benin City. Why? Benin appreciates that thing more than any other group in this country. Well, more than most groups, let me put it that way. But it's more personal to them than any other group anyway. Go and put it in one place in Abuja. If it's fine, sha. But Kosi connection, yeah. Now that connection is natural, but we like to act like it's not supposed to be there in order to prove that we are Nigeria. And that's the reason we are not growing, because we are not tapping into the emotional, into the emotion. Let me put it this way, into the natural emotions of the people that constitute Nigeria. We just want to create a new nation as though we are talking to tabula rasa. You know tabula rasa, like blank slates. We are talking as though people are coming from nowhere. We're just going to create something and we have a new Nigeria. Everybody is attached in a certain way. Why don't you create structures that are aligned with the differences and with the emotional connection that people already have? And by the time you do it in this place and in that place and in this place and that place, then somehow you have created a new Nigeria. But no. Just bring everybody together and say, okay, now we are one Nigeria. All of these things were just things I was thinking about while I was reading this thing. But here's the last thing I'm going to talk about before we go to the tribalism, which is what we want to discuss today from his book. There's a question I want to ask us, and I've noticed this in every book written by military officers, well, Nigerian military officers that did not go to Biafra. The ones that went to Biafra, something happened to them. And it's not the war, it's the propaganda. Here's the point. Have you noticed that when you read books by Nigerian soldiers or army officers who are retired or who are still there, there's a way to talk about Nigeria. They talk about it like, it's one nation, everything can change, and Nigerians behave like this. So when you read books by even Brigadier General Godol Labisama, he also had that kind of view. Almost all of them, Obasanjo, they have Alani Akinrinade. For them, there's another man, he's the king of Idoani now. His son is a doctor that brought out that baby, that gave birth to the baby twice. Olu something, anybody knows? The doctor in the United States that gave birth to a baby, helped deliver the baby twice. Olutoye, thank you. That's his son, by the way. He was in the army, but he's the king now in Idoani. When they talk about Nigeria, there's this oneness in their minds, like, oh, we are all, yes, thank you, we're all the same, we're all one country. And I spend some time thinking about it. Why is it that you could achieve that with the military, but not with the average person? And here's what I think. And if you disagree, the time's going to come, Operated a baby. Yes, he operated a baby before birth. Then also, I think also helped deliver the baby or something like that. But yeah, brought the baby out, put her back in. Then the baby was delivered later. Fantastic stuff, by the way. All right. But here's what I'm saying. I'm going to say this, and if you disagree or agree, when it's time to come up, please feel free to come up, disagree, and explain why. But here's my thesis. I think the reason the military can easily be Nigerian for the most part, not that we don't have, bigots in there, but for the most part, they are Nigerian, is because, number one, the military has a different culture. When you get to the military, you are going in, even if you have all your head full, they will empty you. And they will now feed you with what they want you to be. You become not who you were before you entered, you become somebody else. There's a different value system, a different culture, a different way of thinking. You even have a uniform, you have a living quarters. There's a way you have to live. You have routine. You wake up at a particular time. You sleep at a particular time. You walk a particular way. You think in a particular. Everything about you has changed. Therefore, it's easy for you to be tailored into something. Number two, you have a purpose for being together. Now, is your brother in arms. You'll be fighting together. You better be okay with each other before you go, to fight the enemy. And so you have a purpose, either, of course, to protect the territorial integrity of Nigeria, and also to, of course, against external threats. Protect the territorial integrity of Nigeria against external threats. So you have a purpose to do that, and you have to be united to do that. But primarily, you have a different culture. To assume that the entire nation is going to become like the army barracks, where all of us will be washed off who we were, no ethnicity, nothing, and now create a new nation, I think is the joke of the century. Is a joke of what's English? The joke of the century. I'm saying this because, let me first say that, before we get into all these things, I am not detribalized. I'm not even tribalized, because I don't belong to my tribe. What they call tribe for me is not a tribe. Yoruba is not a tribe. It's a nation, right? So I think in terms of Nigeria being a country of many nations, I don't think about the fact that I'm a tribal person. I think it's actually beneath me as a Yoruba person. That's one. Number two, the real idea of the tribalization, where I belong to Nigeria, I'm a Nigerian, like what this man is advocating in his book, is absolute nonsense. And I'll tell you why. You see, I'm Yoruba. When it comes to forming identity, it takes centuries, if not millennia. You can see it in China, you see it in England, you see it in China, in India, England, those two places. You see it in Yoruba people too. It takes a while. And that's why some of the solutions that people are bringing to Nigeria's problems, and they call it the trouble with Nigeria, they are not well thought out. What Ironsi was trying to do in 1966 was what Oduduwa did in the 11th century AD. 1,000 years before people woke up in the southeast. Oduduwa did it amongst the people that spoke the same language. Ironsi attempted to do it amongst a country of many nations. The truth is that we have to understand the fact that it takes a while for nations to be birthed. And the fastest way to do it, if you don't want to wait for a century, is you have to conquer everybody. And then you make them to now start doing things like you. So you create a new culture, which was essentially what Achebe was trying to do. To create a new nation that's unitary in nature, but that benefits its own people. Going back to what I said earlier, where it's about winning all, winner takes all. Having said all this, Turenchi, let's now read this book. Let's go to the paragraph where I talk about tribalism. Again, I'm reading The Trouble with Nigeria by Chinua Achebe.
All right, let's go on. Nothing in Nigeria's political history.
Thank you, Mimi on YouTube. Yes, General Lutoye, thank you. All right, let's go on. Nothing in Nigeria's political history captures a problem of national integration more graphically than the checkered fortune of the word tribe in our vocabulary. Tribe has been accepted at one time as a friend, rejected as an enemy at another, and finally smuggled in through the back door as an accomplice. In the lifetime of many Nigerians who still enjoy an active public career, Nigeria was called a quote-unquote mere geographical expression, not only by the British, who had an interest in keeping it so, but even by our quote-unquote nationalists, when it suited them to retreat into tribe to check their more successful rivals from other parts of the country. I know we're talking about, when I'm about to speak on Achebe, please don't feel somehow. Malali, bye-bye. As a student in Ibadan, I was an eyewitness to that momentous occasion when Chief Obafemi Awolowo, quote-unquote, stole the leadership of Western Nigeria from Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe in broad daylight on the floor of the Western House of Assembly and sent the great Zik scampering back to the Niger whence he came. That is absolute hogwash. I don't care who wrote it. I know who wrote it, but it's rubbish. I'll explain. Let's explain. After explaining, we'll now go and discuss how tribalism was birthed in Nigeria. Everything he said there, I lie. Let's start with this one. He said that Nigeria was called a mere geographical expression, not only by the British, who had an interest in keeping it so, but even by our nationalists when it suited them to retreat into tribe to check their more successful rivals from other parts of the country. Which is talking about Awo. 1947, Howe's first book was published. It's titled The Path to Nigerian Freedom. And in that book, he said Nigeria is a mere geographical expression. But that's not where he stopped. He went on to talk about the fact that he said that because it's constituted of different nations or many nations. So there's no Nigeria in the same sense as there's English or French, right? Because there are many nations, and that's the point he was trying to make. I would say that Nigeria is no longer a mere geographical expression. I'll call it a country because now it's a political entity, right? But it's not a nation, and it will never be a nation unless you want to kill people. All right, a nation will have one language. A nation will have a value system, have a culture and things like that. Nigeria doesn't have it, and there's no problem with that. All right, there are many countries without that. UK doesn't have anything like all of us are doing the same thing. But the person that is shouting here, you would think that he is somebody who is dedicated to the interest of Nigeria. Chinua Achebe was not dedicated to the interest of Nigeria. He wasn't. Listen, just about every single Igbo leader in the 50s was an ethnic jingoist. Name them. I'll tell you what they did. We'll read the books. I won't even tell you. I will read the books. Whenever they come around telling you about, oh, Nigeria should be more than this, it's not because of you. In fact, I'm going to pause here. I want to read something to you from
You say these things to make you feel like you are the one.
Anthony Naro.
Like you don't want unity.
They say these things to make you feel like you are the one, you are the problem. Like you don't want unity. You know, you are tribalist. And then the guts of these clowns to throw shots at Awo. We're going to talk about that, what happened in 1951, by the way. So it's going to be a long, well, not that long, but we'll see how far we can get to. Let's start with Anthony Nauro, 1968 speech. So he gave this speech at Addis Ababa, 12th August 1968.
Although Nigeria was a creation of European ambitions and rivalries, its people had their own ancient.
Although Nigeria was a creation of European ambitions and rivalries, its people had their own ancient history before the arrival of the colonizers. This newly created country contained not just a multiplicity of pagan tribes, but a number of great kingdoms which had evolved complex systems of government, independent of contact with Europe. Within its frontiers were the great kingdom of Borno, with a known history of more than 1,000 years, the Fulani Empire, which had existed for 100 years before its conquest by Britain, the Benin Empire, stretching at its zenith from east of Niger and to well beyond Nigeria's western borders, the Yoruba Empire of Oyo, which had once been one of the most powerful of the states of the Guinea coast, the kingdoms of the Niger Delta and Calabar, the loosely organized Igbo peoples in the hinterland of the former eastern region, and the dukedoms and small tribes of the plateau. Of the three most populous ethnic groups of Nigeria, therefore, Hausa, Fulani, Igbos, Yorubas, only the Igbos never had an organized state, an imperial past, or a golden age. They had not centralized political administration or loyalties, and never had an era of kings, dukes, or conquerors. Nor did they have an early start with either Western or missionary, Islamic or Christian education. The greater part of the north was Muslim. The British tried to weld together these kingdoms and territories with such diversity of languages and cultures, and at such different stages of civilization as has been described above. Why did I read that? There's something many Igbo leaders are looking for when they're talking about Nigeria. I will try not to be the one to tell you. I want to read it out to you from an elder.
Again, to be clear, this is not a jab at any.
He talked about the fact that they had no golden age. Again, to be clear, this is not a jab at any ethnicity. We're trying to understand why people write the things they do. They write. Why people call everybody tribalist. Why, as a Yoruba person, you are spending your entire time trying to prove that you're not a tribalist. Again, I don't care about what the tribalization means. It's absolute nonsense to me as far as I'm concerned. The idea that you have to hide who you are in order to make people feel comfortable and say we are all one Nigeria, even at the detriment of yourself, is rubbish. But that doesn't mean I don't love everybody. You get the point? All right, Mombo, I want to get you something. He said they had no golden age, right? They had no era of kings, of dukes, and kingdoms. Somebody says, somebody is probably thinking now, but that's in the past. No, it's not in the past. Somehow, history has a way of affecting the way we think today, and that's why you hear people shouting who was kings and queens. They're trying to make up for something that is lacking in the past. I'll find that thing for you. It's in this speech.
Like I said earlier,
This man is actually very caustic. Like I said earlier, this was a speech he delivered in 1968, August 12. There are two more things I want to read to you. It's weird, I can't find this one. Let me read the other one. I'll read the other one later. I wasn't planning to read this book before. Sorry, guys. Stay with me. Stay with me. She ain't calling for you. You are all I need. Okay, good. Again, after an hour, 12th August 1968. Captured documents now confirm that the intention of the former Eastern authorities was to conquer the former Midwestern and Western regions, and then in a later phase subdue the former Northern region. This was not surprising. Igbos need to work and trade over the whole of Nigeria, which they have always known in this century as their country. There's a word he used there that was also used by another writer in 1960. The writer, I've read it here before, Madriparam, had written something in the Listener October 20, 1960, where he said that the Igbos needed unity. He is saying here that the Igbos need Nigeria, which they have known in this century as their country. But Madriparam said in 1960, Igbos need unity. No, he said Igbos are the force for unity. They need unity. In other words, the country is made up of several groups and several ethnic groups and all of that. But these guys will be the glue to bring the nation together. You'll be happy to hear that until you hear the next thing she said. She said they'll be the force for unity. They need unity. You know what? I don't think it's fair for me to read that thing without I don't like saying things like that without reading them. So please don't mind me. It might take me a couple of seconds, but I'll find it. When something is too heavy, sometimes it's better to just read it. It may not be like I say with a fight people. Try and understand. Madriparam.
Again, this Madriparam, this is from the 20th October 1960.
Good. Again, this Madriparam, and this is from 20th October 1960, listener. Beneath this difficult restraint, regional differences are great. I believe that the Igbo are the main force for unity. They need unity. As the poorest region, that they have had to pour out of their overcrowded forest to seek work all over the other regions. Again, having no great history, no impressive chiefs or cities, they need to find their pride, their fulfillment in Nigeria itself. That's the point. Able, individualistic, hardworking, democratic, they could be the unifying leaven, and Dr. Achebe could probably express as Governor General not only the independence but also the unity for which he has worked so long. So the point you see here is this: whenever you hear folks from the south they say you are a tribalist, you're a tribalist, it's not what you think it is. He needs you to collapse your structures. He needs you to Achebe essentially is right. He's one writing this book. He needs you to see everything and say, "Oh, I'm a tribalist," because what he's doing is he's trying to create a new tribe from Nigeria. It's in Nigeria that he finds himself. Again, I hope I try to be as respectful as possible. I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. It's just that you cannot spend the last 70, 80 years writing nonsense about Nigerians, about every ethnicity in Nigeria, including Awolowo, who is, again, like a deity, just saying, and then expect nobody to actually respond to that. The reason they keep saying this thing of, well, you are traveling, is because they expect to create a new stuff in Nigeria. In other words, there's a word I'm looking for, golden age. What another Nauru said in this was that it's in Nigeria that they're going to find their golden age. So what that means basically is trying to create. Talk about history, and you hear people say things like forget about it. It's because you have nothing to look back to in your history. I mean, no offense. The point is, you are told not to think about your history because it looks into his past. Not so cool. I mean, everybody has funny things in their past. It's okay, right? Nobody's perfect. Nobody will be past. But you look back and you don't see anything inspiring. My past is full of inspiring stuff, right? My history is full of inspiring stuff. As a Yoruba person, you don't look to the past to live in the past, but you can look to the past and be inspired to do more. But the person who can't do that then tells you, forget your history, let's create a new Nigeria. And when he's talking about the fact that, Awolowo was a tribalist and he used tribalism to steal. That's what he used. He said he stole something from Azikiwe. Number one, Azikiwe did not have anything to be stolen. Azikiwe had nothing that Awolowo needed to steal. There was nothing that he possessed that Awolowo needed. Let's make that very clear. That thing that they put in the minds of people is why they act the way they do. Why did I say that? Let's go back to the book by Achebe. So what have we learned so far? We've learned that, number one, they use this word that, Nigeria, they used to say is a mere geographical expression, and these people are always using tribalism to move whatever, and they use that one to steal something from Azikiwe. All right, let me read to you what he said earlier.
In the lifetime of many Nigerians who still enjoy an active public career,
he said, in the lifetime of many Nigerians who still enjoy an active public career, Nigeria was called a mere geographical expression, not only by the British, who had an interest in keeping it so. Why shouldn't they keep it so? They made it. But even our own nationalists, when it suited them to retreat into tribe to check their more successful rivals from other parts of the country. So the idea basically is that Zik was more successful. So I've mentioned number one, the reason for Nigerian unity is because the East needs it. Not the East, the Igbos need it. And why do they need it? Ajeparam said it. You also find it in the Willings Commission report of 1958. I'm trying not to read it because it should be an overkill. The idea basically is that they require the nation in order to exist. Why? In order to survive, not to exist. In order to survive. Why? It has something to do with land. There's land hunger. See, you'll be shocked how policies can be defined or you can be pushing a certain politics influence, right, by your history and by your reality. If you read Ethnic Politics in Africa by Okudi Banoli, some of these things you find there where it's Igbos 25 years after the war by Igbokwe. What you find is that scarcity as determined as influenced, or I'm looking for a particular word. The reason for migration is scarcity. You get the point? People migrate for better opportunities, but some people migrate because there's scarcity. They are two different things. And that's why the person who migrated because of scarcity is the one who tells you he built your land. We built Lagos. You couldn't build nothing. With all due respect, your first city was built by the British. Last century. What are you talking about? We built this, we built that. It's coming from somewhere. And so Yoruba people who are also trying to be detribalized, then have to now say, oh, at least we're all one nation, we're all one country. You don't understand what's happening. He can't. I have to find a way to say that will be soft. And if I'm a bit harsh, I really do apologize. I can't find a softer way. If you can, please let me know. The truth is that the whole idea of unity is to make up for something that you lack. And listen, it's not a problem. It's not a problem for real, right? Unless, of course, you now come to assume moral superiority by saying that you are the one who knows how things should be done. You don't know jack. And that we should look through your lens. If we want to look at the world, we should look through your lens. That's where the problem now starts. If you come into my space because of opportunities or whatever you lack at home, that's fine. I mean, everybody, your wife also moved to London. Depends on whatever. People move everywhere. There's no problem with that. All of us aspire, right? But you don't see any same person going to a place that has more than where it's coming from and telling them that it was one that built the place. Especially when you go back to where it's coming from, you cannot find any example of him developing anything. Why am I talking like this? Because of Achebe. And this is where you hear me talk now. He said, as a student in Ibadan, I was an eyewitness to that momentous occasion when Chief Obafemi Awolowo stole the leadership of Western Nigeria from Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe in broad daylight on the floor of the Western House of Assembly and sent the great Zik scampering back to the Niger whence he came. We're going to stay on this for a bit. Let's start with this one. Number one, when you see young people on social media, again, remember what we started with, the quote. I'm going to read it again, just to let you understand why I'm reading it. It says, on closer inspection of the comment section of my posts, I noticed a lot of racial division, especially from individuals with Igbo names displaying biased comments. They are very young and probably unaware of their history. I am confident they will soon learn. I am not confident they will soon learn, but hopefully there's nothing God cannot do. Here's the point I'm trying to make. When you hear these young people insult on social media, it's coming from here. It's coming from Achebe. It's coming from books like this. The fact that something was stolen from them. Engineer, I'm not going to remove my clothes now. Please just make do as you can. The idea that somebody stole something from them. So he said he was there when, as a student, he was not there. There's no. Someone said, but you were not born there. By the way, I see these things on social media where you have conversations. People say things like, but you were not born at the time. I'm like, so? You speak about Julius Caesar. Did you have to be born in Rome? It's history. You can study it. And I said that because of some people may be here shouting, you were not there. I don't have to be there. All you have to do is to go and meet the people who were there. And let's start by going to meet Zik himself. He said Awolowo stole something from Zik. Let us read Zik's book. My Odyssey by Nnamdi Azikiwe.
This was Zik's. This is Zik's autobiography. It was published in 1970.
This is Zik's autobiography. It was published in 1970. We're going to read what Zik said. Then we're going to read what really happened. Okay? Kilo Shele, I opened it just now. All right, let me get to the page, please. Let's be faster.
Towards the end of 1951,
great, found it.
I stood for another election.
All right. This is Azikiwe. Towards the end of 1951, I stood for another election, this time to the Western House of Assembly, as a representative of Lagos. Pay attention. Azikiwe was not in Lagos. Azikiwe was not going to the house in Lagos, he was going to the house in Ibadan. He said, I stood for another election, this time to the Western House of Assembly. Western House of Assembly is in Ibadan. As a representative of Lagos. Since we are so tribalistic as Yoruba people, how on earth are you supposed to run in Lagos? Did he run? Yes, he did. Did he win? He did. I'll read again. Towards the end of 1951, I stood for another election, this time to the Western House of Assembly, as a representative of Lagos, under the Macpherson Constitution, and I topped the poll. The NCNC was, here we are, the NCNC was under the impression that it had won the election with 48 members out of 80. Guys, if you cannot read this thing, I apologize. Sometimes you don't want to be wearing dark, not just awful. Sometimes I want to wear other things, but I didn't think it was going to affect you. Use my hand. I give you my hand, so you can see. At least you can see now. What was I? Zeke said the NCNC was under the impression that it had won the election with 43 members out of 80. Let me ask you a question, ladies and gentlemen. Have you ever heard any politician in the world telling you that he's under the impression that he had won? Do you ever go under the impression when you're discussing politics, you either know what you're doing or you don't know what you're doing? Especially when you're talking about elections. It's an election. Well, let's finish it. He said the NCNC was under the impression that it had won the election with 43 members out of 80. As it turned out, 20 of the legislators were known or regarded as NCNC members or supporters or sympathizers, and they decided to align themselves with another party. Then he mentioned some of the legislators. I'm going to read one of them. Sorry, one group. So he says some of these legislators who disappointed the hopes of the NCNC are as follows. He mentioned Dr. Press, Anthony Nauro, F.O. Awoshika, and so on and so forth. Then he mentioned a particular group that we're going to be zeroing on today. Chief A.M.A. Akinloye was a candidate supported by the Mabolaje NCNC Alliance at Ibadan. Chiefs Aboderin, Akinbiyi, and Lanleyin were also supported by the Mabolaje NCNC Alliance at Ibadan. Only the late Alhaji Adegoke Adelabu, also of the Mabolaje NCNC Alliance, associated with the NCNC after the election. So what do we see here? Achebe is saying that Awolowo stole something from Azikiwe. Azikiwe is saying that he was under the impression that he had that thing. And then he mentioned certain people that he expected to have won and become part of NCNC. That's what he's saying, right? So the question we should ask ourselves is this. Number one, did these people run on the platform of NCNC? The answer is no. That's when you begin to notice that there's a problem with the way certain people think. So you see, back in the day, right, this was 51, you could run as an independent candidate. You could run on any party. But of course, when you get to the parliament, there are two major parties. Those two major parties, for the most part, will try to woo you. If you are an independent candidate or you run on maybe a smaller party, maybe a community group or a cultural organization that became a party or whatever, they will try to woo you. That's what they do, or that's what they did back then. And then you now choose which one to belong to. So that's the situation at the time. The people that this man is talking about did not run on the platform of NCNC. They were members of Ibadan People's Party. I want to read some to you from another book. Give me a second. A book by Olaiwola Aboderin. Sorry, Olaiwola Abegunrin. The book is called The Political Philosophy of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. And this is what he said. But I said 1951. The 1951 parliamentary elections was contested by two main political parties. The Action Group and the NCNC vied for supremacy in the western Nigeria. Although there were other local parties, mostly cultural organizations without affiliation to the AG or to the NCNC before the elections. Some of these local organizations were Ibadan People's Party, IPP, and Ibadan Citizens Council, ICC in Ibadan. Ondo Improvement League in Ondo, Otuedo in Benin, Nigerian People's Congress, NPC in Lagos. Before the elections, the Public Relations Officer of the Nigerian government, Mr. Harold Cooper, wrote to all political parties contesting the elections to make known names of the candidates for the final elections to the House of Assembly. In addition, Mr. Cooper told newsmen at a press conference that, quote, this would help his department to identify the party to which elected candidates belong when issuing press releases or broadcasting results of the final election on Monday, September 22nd. It is understood that letters have been dispatched to the secretariats of the NCNC, the Action Group, the Nigerian People's Congress, and other parties contesting the elections, end of quote. The Action Group submitted its list of candidates, while the NCNC did not submit or publish the names of its candidates. These are the people that Achebe said Awolowo stole from Azikiwe. If you are Igbo here, please listen and be blessed and be healed. They don't lie to you. May God heal all of us. The action group submitted its list of candidates, while the NCNC did not submit or publish the names of its candidates. In addition, the action group list was released before the final elections and published in the Daily Service and the Nigerian Tribune on and before the September 24, 1951, the day of the final election in most parts of the West. Chief A.M. Akinloye, the names Zik mentioned in his book, Maodise, here we have the names again. Chief A.M. Akinloye, Chief Moyo Abderin, Chief D.T. Akinbiyi, Chief S. Solanleyin, Chief S.A. Akinyemi, and Alhaji Adekoke Adelabu all contested on Ibadan People's Party, Egbe Mobile platform, and won. They were independent, they were independent of both the AG and the NCNC. Only Alhaji Adelabu went with the NCNC, and this is what Chief Aboderin said. Dr. Azikiwe had sent telegrams to all the 6 elected members of Ibadan People's Party, urging them to join his party, the NCNC. Was this before or after they won? This was after they won. They were not NCNC. They were not under any impression. They knew what they were. They were IPP, Ibadan People's Party. They ran, they won. Zik tried to woo them. Was he right? Yes. Because that was the kind of constitution we were using at the time. AG also tried to woo them. So both of them were trying to get people who didn't belong to either of them. All right? Dr. Azikiwe had sent telegrams to all the 6 elected members of Ibadan People's Party, urging them to join his party, the NCNC. Dr. Azikiwe's strategy was, however, faulty, since he relied mostly on Adelabu and Akinloye and thought that by getting the 2 of them, he would be able to switch the other members to his camp. I favored the action group, and I succeeded in getting all the members with the exception of Adelabu to the action group. The popular idea that the IPP cross-carpeted from the NCNC to the action group is therefore erroneous. So the point is this: these people and others, there were many, but we don't spend too much time on that. These people that Achebe is saying Awolowo stole were never members of NCNC. These were like beautiful brides, beautiful damsels that both groups were wooing in order to make their bride. And they decided to favor action group, and then you say it was tribalism that made them cross. That's number one. Number two, so number one, there is no cross-carpeting. In reality, there was no cross-carpeting from one party to another party. That's the point. He's not the only person. There are many. Zik was expecting 43, they got 23 instead. And since that time, since 1951, Awolowo has been christened a tribalist by people who are Afo-Fungbemus, who are ethnic jingoists on their own. By the way, and this is number two. So number one, let me repeat, number one is that people did not cross carpet from NCNC to AG. They were independent candidates that NCNC and AG were wooing, and they chose one, and then the other has been crying since 1951. This is 2026. People are still crying, and they shall keep crying if they don't heal. My wish is that everybody heals, yeah? Number two, there's no way on God's own earth where any sane Yoruba person would allow Zik to have more than the seat that he had in Lagos. You have to be insane to want more for him in Yoruba land than what he already had. What did he have? Yoruba people voted for him in Lagos to represent their area in Ibadan. So he was a member of parliament representing Yoruba people and others in Western region. This was 51. You would think that was an achievement. Like, that means that we're building a cohesive nation, right? A cohesive space. Like, people are coming together. Yoruba people and other people are voting for Azikiwe to represent them. This was in 1951. By the way, when they tell you that, oh, they had Omoro Otine, a Fulani mayor in Enugu in 1951, remind them that you voted Zik in 1951 as well. And then when they said, but we sent Zik away, remind them what they did to Otine. They sent him to prison. We have to be very careful with history in Nigeria, because nobody will be gaslighting the rest of us with nonsense anymore. So here's the point. You have to have a problem with your brains as a Yoruba person to want Zik to have more than that seat, and I'll tell you why. We had a session last week where we discussed it. From 1938 to 1951, Zik was on Yoruba case to show that, to assert that his ethnicity, I mean, let me start by in 1934. In 1934, he said we're all one Africa. No Yoruba, no Igbo, no Hausa, no Fanti. We're all the same. Foul. By 1938, he started publishing about the greatness of his people and started pushing his people into what do you put it now? Spotlight, right? So he will talk about the good things they are doing, never talk about the bad things they are doing, but we'll talk about the bad things others are doing, not the good things they are doing. And had to create a brand for his people. He was a fantastic brand manager. They should give him his props for that. Even Zik of Africa is just branding. There's nothing in that. It's just a level. There's nothing. Anyway, here's the point. He then went on this thing where from 38 to 40, essentially, was pushing pro-Igbo, and then he was using words that were also demean Yoruba people. For instance, we've mentioned several times, the football Iliad 1940, where he said that the boys from Onitsha had exceptionally developed brains. Of course, unlike their counterparts in Lagos. He had already shown that the Igbos were supreme to everybody, were better than everybody. This was in 1938, 39, 40. By 1940-41, he had engineered an intertribal rivalry and contest, so to speak, within NYM by pitting Samuel Akinsonya against the rest of the people, using words like the reason they didn't want Akinsonya to represent the NYM was because he was from Ijebu. The first person to use tribe as a political weapon in Nigeria's history was Zik, and it was in 1941. 10 years before what this man is talking about in this book. And I'll tell you why, if you are Awolowo and you allow Zik to become, number one, forget politics. From a point of, as a proper brought up Yoruba person, Omoluabi, Omo Ale, Lumani Kiziki wa gbankan, nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, ju nǹkan tó ti gbà yẹn lọ. Awo was Ijebu. Oba Samuel Akinsonya was Ijebu. Awo supporters, I don't want to go back into everything. You can watch our video on what happened in 1951 on YouTube, on Musiori's YouTube channel, please. But let me just give you a summary. There was a contest, right? There was the word actually is a vacant space or position. Seat, that's the word. There's a vacant seat in Parliament. What had happened was that the NYM had Dr. Kofa Bayomi. No, at the time it was Ijebu. I know what I'm doing, nothing. I know. At the time, they called them Ijebu. Ah, man, what you have written is going to cause something else. So if you go back to 1938, one of the reasons a lot of Remo people did not vote for Akinsonya was because of what you just wrote in the comment section. When the Remo people were trying to say they were different, and then he said that they're the same. But for the sake of that conversation, let's just stay with Ijebu. But I know it's Remo. They're both Ijebu Remo. I hope that's better. Akinsonya is Ishara, and then I will always Ikene. Anyway, this is what I'm trying to make. 1940, there was a vacant seat, and what happened was that Dr. Kofa Bayomi had to travel to the UK for a particular course, and so the seat was vacant. They had to fill that seat, and so they had a conversation amongst themselves in NYM. NYM, by the way, is Nigerian Youth Movement, and Oba Samuel Akinsonya was interested in the seat, and Ernest Ekoli was also interested in the seat. Now, Ernest Ekoli was the president of the NYM at the time, taking over from Kofa Bayomi, who had become Member of Parliament, was in Legislative Council. And so what happened was that they made a mistake. They had an election, and Samuel Akinsonya won in-house, like primaries, and in the party. So we made a mistake with this Akinsonya issue. So what we're going to do is this. Akinsonya, we have to allow Ekoli to run. By the way, Ernest Ekoli was Ijo. Let's allow Ekoli to run because that's the guideline of the party. Awolowo is Yoruba, and he's also from that side, from Jebremo, and he supported Ernest Ekoli because, I mean, agreement is agreement, rules are rules for a reason, right? Akinsonya was like, okay, that's fine, but later on he changed his mind. Now, Zik already had the problem in NYM. Had the problem October 1940. They had already treated his own issue when they said he was not going to leave and things like that. We won't go into that. By 41, please, if you're on TikTok, we have to power tap. This is showing an activity. Please power tap. Thank you. If you're on YouTube or Facebook, power tapping just means that they're going to repeatedly tap on their screens. It's how this app works. Thank you. What was I? 1941, he then engineered something using West African pilot. his very popular newspaper, saying that the reason, now we know the reason NYM said Akosanya must not run, it was because of the rules of the organization, right? The president has already shown interest, right? Zik then went on to publish that they don't want him to go because he was Ijebu. These were his own words, right? It was because Akosanya was an Ijebu man. That's why NYM was against him. Never mind that Awolowo, who was supporting Ezekoli, was himself an Ijebu man. But that singular thing he did eventually broke the party. Because the folks from Akintoye's side, especially from his ethnicity, felt that other Yoruba people were against them because of their own tribe. You know, there are many tribes inside Yoruba nation. So they felt that they were against them. So by the time the elections came around, the Igbos and the Ijebus were against the others because they've been sold the lie that they were against, that people were against Akosanya because of his ethnicity, because of his Ijebu, because he's Ijebu. That was how Zik introduced tribalism into Nigerian politics in 1941. By 1940, I mean, we're going to skip many dates, right, because of time, many years. By 1948, Zik started a campaign of calumny against Egbe Omodudua, the Yoruba organization in Yoruba land, even though he was the president of Igbo Federal Union in Yoruba land. Now, that kind of person who has done all these things since 1938, actually 37, but let's just say 38, because that's when I started noticing, that's done that all these years, then comes along in 1951, says he wants to represent Lagos in Ibadan, and guess what? People still voted for him. But when he now got to Ibadan, I said, you know what? This is not enough. This is not enough. You're too much. You know what we're saying about ambitions? This is not enough. We have to show that we are real Nigerians. If you don't vote for me now, you are tribalist. So what I'm going to do is this. I've won. I'm in the parliament now. I've got to become the leader of business government. All of you must be under me. And if you say no, you are tribalist. You were against everyone to the point where you are telling your people to attack them, and they did attack them. You are, saying that Igbos buying cutlasses and brandishing cutlasses all over Lagos was just a, how did they call it? It said brandishing of cutlasses was mere propaganda. That's what Zik said. It was September 1948. By 51, he then comes along and says, okay, I want to become leader of business government. And Yoruba people said no. That's what they called you tribalists for, by the way, Yoruba people. Why am I doing this? Don't feel the need to prove to anybody you're not a tribalist. That's the point I'm trying to make. I mean, be fair to all concerned. Be a good Nigerian. Be a good person. Love everyone. Care for people. But don't feel the need to prove they are detribalized. It's a waste of time. It's actually a product of stupidity for the most part, because what it shows is that you're an inferior person. You have inferiority complex. Or maybe you're ignorant. You may not be. Okay, so you're either stupid or ignorant. Most of us are not stupid, in Jesus' name. But if you're ignorant, let's learn together. Don't allow people to gaslight you. You're tribalist. I don't care. So we just talked on that one. This is not where we're going. No. We are just stopping. But at least we're getting something out of this, right? Let's go back to Achebe's book, The Trouble with Nigeria. So he says Zik stole, Awolowo stole something. Number one, Zik did not have anything Awolowo wanted to steal. Zik don't even have any CNC members that won their seats. Zik was trying to woo people, and those people chose AG. By the way, the Zik that was a non-tribalist, when he went to Eastern region, why did he remove the man from Calabar, who was the leader of government business in the Eastern region, Ayoita? Why did he remove him? Why didn't you leave him there? Anyway, let me read some things from this man. Back to The Trouble with Nigeria by Achebe. It says here, Chief Awolowo stole. Okay, he said as a student in Ibadan, he said he was an eyewitness to that momentous occasion, eyewitness to lies. So you see, again, sorry, I'm stopping. A young person, especially from the southeast, reads this and like, my hero. Things fall apart. Chinua Achebe was a student in Ibadan, and he saw it. Therefore, these were tribalists. Most of the people in Southeast are just living based on lies. He didn't see nothing. What he saw, he was seeing mirage. He was looking at mirage. He didn't see reality. The reality is the fact that the people who moved from one place to another were not part of NCNC. They won on their own merit. People like Akinloye, Abodere, People like Adelo Tutola, in Ijebu. A lot of people won. People like Oshutokun, they won on their own merit and then they joined AG. So he said Awolowo stole the leadership of Western Nigeria. That's nonsense. How can you steal the leadership of your own region from Azikiwe? And election is coming next year. Children of God. Oh, remove your kings. When we get to the time of politics, I'll read to you what they said they were going to do at the time. So what the gentleman said earlier when they said they're going to remove kings, it's not new. It's not new. It goes back to the 1960s. Let's continue. So Achebe says, someday when we shall have outgrown tribal politics, which Zik started, or when our children have done so, which will never.
Nigeria is a federal system.
Why am I speaking like this? Do I like tribal politics? Nigeria is a federal system. Nigeria is a federation. Let me put it that way. Nigeria is a federation. Nigeria is a country of many nations. Stay at home. Build your home. I mean, like, build an El Dorado, right? Like, do something we can't. Do something, right, that other people have not thought to do, and then people will come to you for help. For instance, Lagos State created this Oracle thing, database and all those things. I don't know this particular technical word they use, but it was started by, I think it was the president when he was governor, and then I think it was worked on during the Fashola's term. Kaduna went to learn from them. Imagine a Kaduna person going to Lagos, trying to teach them how to do things. Meanwhile, it doesn't have that thing back at home. So what did they do in Kaduna when El-Rufai was governor? They did the smart thing. They called the people that know how to do it. Come and teach them. It's called tech ecosystem, Abi. I don't think that's what they call it, though, but you get the point. So the idea basically is, you haven't built anything where you're coming from. You are fixated on taking something in other places, and when they say no, you say it's tribalism. Let them be tribal. Someday, when we shall have outgrown tribal politics, it will never happen. Sober historians of Nigerian nation will see that event as the abortion of a pan-Nigerian vision, which, however, ineptly the NTNC tried to have and to hold. The NTNC that wants to. I didn't even mention that by 1949, Zik was saying that his own people were specially made by God. That was a year after he was trying to destroy Egbe Modudua and creating Yoruba Federal Union in Yoruba land. By 49, he's having a meeting in Aba, June 28 was a Saturday. Zik was there, and he was saying that the God of Africa has specially created the Igbo nation to rule the children of Africa. Sorry, the God of Africa has specially created the children of. Hey God, let me slow down. The God of Africa has specially created the Igbo nation to lead the children of Africa from the bondage of the ages. This is a pan-Nigerian, pan-African, whatever they are calling about. Just say pan-Igbo, and it's not a problem. God is telling you that your people are the specially created people in 1949. So you want to come and use that specially creation or special creation energy to come and rule Yoruba land in 1951. And you said that's not a pan-Nigerian vision. That's an ethnic project, and that's what you saw between January and July 1966. That's what you saw. It was an ethnic project. But you couldn't speak against it because you will be a tribalist. We're going to read some things later where Igbo leaders were telling people that it would be wrong for you to call us grabbers of opportunities, even though they were grabbing it too, but you can't say it because they were superior to other people. That's nonsense. Anyway, so talk about all this thing about tribalism. I want to read something to you from educated elites in Nigerian society because, okay, you know what? Let's get to a particular point and we'll go to educated elites in Nigerian society. Let's just read a few more things. I'll try not to break him until we get where we're going. Thank you for the gift, Olori. Thank you so much. Guys, please give gifts so that you can help us push this to the FYP. Olori, thanks a lot. God bless you. All right, let's get into this. again already. No matter how anyone attempts to explain away that event in retrospect, it was the death of a dream Nigeria in which a citizen could live and work in a place of his choice anywhere and pursue any legitimate goal open to his fellows. A Nigeria in which an Easterner might aspire to be premier in West and Northerner become mayor of Enugu that they put in prison afterwards. That dream Nigeria suffered a death blow from Awolowo's success in the Western House of Assembly in 1951. Nobody taught you not to be able to play politics. The same things, not going around Peter Obi, where are you buying Gary bread cheaper in the Yoruba? It's the same thing. God bless you. Demi on TikTok says that was the tone Nnamdi Kanu was and Peter Obi are using now. Just said it's the same thing. A person can come from Enugu, come and do something in Ibadan. Why? A person can come from Imo, come and do something in Lagos. Why? What's wrong with your home?
I can allow you to stay around, but you can't come and
if you have a nomadic mindset, right? I can allow you to stay around, but you can't come and dominate me in my land. And I have to allow you to prove to you that I'm not a tribalist. When I know that you have no interest of my people at heart, that's the saddest thing in all of this thing. You don't care for me, you don't care for my land, you don't care for anything that has to do with me or this space. You just have an ambition. That's it. What's your plan for the people? Nothing. But the people must prove to you that they're not tribalists. All the mistakes we made in the last election, we can't make it again. No. All these, I mean, if you want to punish your Yoruba leaders, punish them, but not by, don't cut your nose to spite your face. And the person who is telling you that Nissan should be able to move anywhere in Nigeria, he will forget to tell you that recently there was a rumor, guys, not a policy, a rumor that the federal government was going to take some people to the from IDP folks to the southeast, to Imo State, and create an IDP camp there. I mean, you can discuss if that's right or wrong. You can say why they travel on the way and all of those things. You can argue it. You can even go against it if you want. That's okay, since you're very hospitable. But you get the point. There was a rumor that the federal government was going to move some people from the Middle Belt to Imo State. Guess what happened? The building where they were supposedly meant to be taken got burnt down in Imo State. It was a federal government building, National Open University of Nigeria. They burnt it down. That's the group that will now tell you that you must open the door in order to prove that you're not a tribalist. As if there are no people in my land who have enough sense to actually lead my people. Let's see if we can get to the book. There's a book we're going to read on I was supposed to read it earlier, but maybe we'll read later or some other time. What happened on Nigerian universities back in the day. The point is, don't prove anything. You have no point to prove. Be kind, Sha. God has called us to be kind, not to be nice, by the way. There are differences. We'll talk about that later. Let's finish this. Please remind me. We'll talk about the difference between being kind and being nice. Your Bible should stop being nice.
Perhaps it was an unrealistic dream at the best of times.
So he says here, perhaps it was an unrealistic dream at the best of times, but some young, educated men and women of my generation did dream it. And though it died, it never fully faded from our consciousness. You could always find idealistic people from every part of Nigeria who were prepared to do battle if anyone, especially European or American, should ask them, what is your tribe? I am a Nigerian, they would say haughtily, drawing themselves to their fullest height. Though alive and well, tribe had an embarrassing odor. Then a strange thing happened at our independence in 1960. I'm reading Achebe. Our national anthem, our very hymn of deliverance from British colonial bondage, was written for us by a British woman who unfortunately had not been properly briefed on the current awkwardness of the word tribe. So we found ourselves on Independence morning, rolling our tongues around the very same trickster godling. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. By the way, thank God that anthem is back. It was a most ominous beginning, and not surprisingly, we did not stand too long in brotherhood. Within 6 years, we were standing or sprawling on a soil soaked in fratricidal blood, the same blood that you guys allowed to flow. This same man was the propagandist of Biafra. It's how they do things and they say we, you take it. Anyway, all of this to say that this whole thing about what's your tribe? I'm a Nigerian. I'm not a Nigerian, I'm Yoruba, and I'm Nigerian. And being Yoruba does not mean I'm not a Nigerian. But being Nigerian cannot stop me from being Yoruba.
If you have nothing to be proud of where you come from, that's fine. And by the way, let me say before
If you have nothing to be proud of where you come from, that's fine. And by the way, let me say before we read the other book, listen, guys. From if you have been here, listen to me. You know, I'm not saying hate people or anything, but here's the point. Have you ever thought about what will make a person hate who he is to the point where he wants to run away from it and create a new identity and force other people to accept that identity? What is it about your past that you're running away from? Who created this Nigerian identity? It doesn't exist. And here's the truth, and I say this with all sense of modesty and respect. I hope I can come across as soft as possible. I won't say it, I'll read it. 1 second. I'm going to read something to you from Kudiba Noli. Because this is where this whole thing is coming from. All this, tribalist is just nonsense. Listen to this.
among certain neighboring peoples,
it says, among certain neighboring peoples, there was a definite distinction between Olu and Igbo. While in what is today known as Igbo land, there was no history of common pre-colonial consciousness and identity. Certainly, there were no wars fought together by the Igbo as a collectivity. Such wars usually marked the boundaries of mutual identification and group identity. Only a common consciousness based on a myth of common descent existed among some pre-colonial linguistic groups. For example, the Yoruba traced descent from Oduduwa, and the Edo from the younger son of Ogiso. The Hausa Fulani have the myth of Bayajida. The Igbos don't have any. So it goes back to what Adenaro was saying and what Majiparam was saying. They're trying to find identity in Nigeria. And anybody who is not thinking that way is a tribalist. You have no common you have no common consciousness before the colonial era. That's not my problem. Imagine I'm talking to Otedola's daughter, and then I tell her that she has to think the way I do on money matters. Say she wants to go to, I don't know, Dubai for the weekend. She's not my wife. Our friends. I said, I want to travel to Dubai. I said, didn't you go to Kinikon last week? Kilo Kwen. She has that. You have to now grow to that level, not draw her down because of your own insecurities. That's the problem of Nigeria.
Thousands of years of history.
Someone has thousands of years of history. I didn't write this book, by the way. This is an Igbo one.
People have had thousands of years.
So if you want to fight him, that's why I like to read people's books so that you don't say I'm saying it. People have had thousands of years of identity, right? They forged it in blood and tears and wars, right? And creating an identity for themselves. Some of them they can trace ancestry, many generations. It has taken them a long time to create different, structure in their society, and they have a clear identity. You now match them together in Nigeria with people who don't have that kind of advantage. You don't tell the ones who have advantage to drop it in order to feel like we are all one Nigeria. Something is wrong somewhere, and it's not with those who have advantage. Don't tell the rich person to stop being rich in order to prove to the poor that he's a good Nigerian. What kind of rubbish is that? You ask him how to make you ask him how to make money. Tell him to teach you how you earn, and then you can go to his level. Not to be dragging him down in order to prove to you that poverty is a virtue. So, tribalism. Let me read something to you before we get into it deeply.
Okay. For decades, this is the educated elite in Nigerian society. The educated elite
Okay.
in Nigerian
For decades, this is the educated elite in the Nigerian society. I'm going to read it slowly. The Educated Elite in the Nigerian Society by E.A. Ayodele. That's the name of the book I'm about to read. For decades, scores of Nigerians of different ethnic labels had been living in harmony in the big cities all over the country. True, they had town or ethnic organizations, but these were not performing political functions as such. Invariably, people of different ethnic groups lived together under the same roof, successfully behaving to one another as good neighbors, hardly ever parading their tribal labels in any offensive manner. The speaker himself had the good fortune, that's the speaker. In fact, we're going to come back to the speaker. I want to buttress what he just said right now. Give me a second. I read it last week, but it works for this. Remember what he said? He said, for decades, scores of Nigerians of different ethnic labels had been living in harmony. So what changed? Before this whole thing of your troubles, what changed? Let's read something from Chief Adelo Dutola. I read from Awo, the autobiography of Chief Adelo. All right? So he says here, this was in 1940, by the way. Senator Dutola also spoke. He opines that all the confusion and tribal hates that were then rearing their heads in the country were the product of Dr. Azikiwe's New Africa, where nobody means anything. We're all one. During the days of our old Africa, Chief Dutola remarked, the Igbos and Yorubas lived together as Nigerians. It seems to me, therefore, that the remedy for the present troubles is this. Azikiwe has brought his New Africa from America. He should return it there either by post or by taking it back there personally. If need be, his passage to and fro should be paid by the movement. But mark this, he concluded, unless this Azikiwe's brand of New Africa is done away with, there will be no harmony in this country. 1940. What did Azikiwe say he wanted in his New Africa? We're going to come back to Educated Elite in Nigerian Society. Give me a second. I want to read you something from his book, his 1934 book. He said in his 1934 book, dear Lord, 1 second, please. Please switch.
1 second, please.
One second, please.
Sisi, switch the gen. Switch the gen. Thank you very much for staying tuned.
All right, thank you very much for staying tuned. Just had a little technical issue. But we're good now. All right, where were we? I was going to read to you what Zik said in 1934 when he brought his New Africa to everybody's consciousness. Let's read very quickly. He said, in view, this is Azikiwe, 1934, Renaissance Africa. In view of the revolutionary concept of Africa and Africans, some terminologies employed in this book deserve clarification. Old Africa refers to tribal idiosyncrasies. These lead ultimately to vanity and superciliousness and disharmony. A regenerated social order must come. Fanti or Ga, Temne or Mende, Yoruba or Igbo, Bantu or Tuareg, Bubi or Hausa, Jollof or Kru, all are Africans, all are human beings. A man's a man for that. That's the new Africa thing that Zig brought, that Chief Odutola was talking about in 1940. That this thing that this one has brought now is what is destroying this country. Before he came, Yorubas and Igbos were living together in harmony. After he came, he started shouting New Africa. And Adelotola said he should return this New Africa wherever he brought it from. Because unless this thing happens, unless he returns this New Africa nonsense he's crying about, there will be no harmony in this country. So when you read the book by Chinua Achebe, still talking about the fact that we should be one Nigeria, all those things, it's the same mindset. It's the same thing, but this Pan-African thing that removes unique identities as well. I mean, some Pan-Africans don't think like that, but most of them do think like that. Where you say, we are all Africans, it's a lie. There was never a time in the history of this world when Africa was one. There's no country called Africa. There's no Akebulan anywhere. All those names that just make people feel good. There's nothing like that. We are not one. We were not one. We are not one. We shouldn't be one. There is no continent on earth where they talk like that. Europeans don't talk like that. Asians don't talk like that. We are the only ones. Be shouting, hey, we are united. United because we have the same skin color. That's what Aziko is saying. Everybody that is black skinned. So what happens to the guy in Morocco or Tunisia? He's not African. That's why you begin to notice that even though you are saying let us remove tribalism, you are literally working based on phenotype. So the person is not black. It can't be your brother. What are you talking about? The truth is that whether we're black or green, yellow or red, we are different. And that's fine. Now let's continue with educated elites in Nigerian society. So he also said that everybody lived together under the same roof, successfully behaving to one another as good neighbors, hardly ever parading their tribal labels in any offensive manner. The speaker himself, that's the author of this book, had the good fortune to study in this premier university, that's the University of Ibadan, in the middle of the late 50s, during which period a large number of ethnic groups from all over Nigeria were represented and many friendships forged among students without any attention being given to ethnic differences. It was not until the 1959-60 session that tribalism entered student unionism in Ibadan, thanks to alleged instructions by a politically oriented organization to students of that tribe to devise a tribal strategy to capture some key union posts. Guess the tribe or the ethnic group is talking about that told students in University of Ibadan. This was in 1959-1960. They've been doing it in town. They've been in Lagos and Ibadan, but now it's time to go into campuses. So the plan, right, is that you, from this ethnicity, you guys must corner the positions in student union government. Catch them young, ba. But how do we prove this? We're coming back to this book. Please stay with me. I hope we are all learning something, all right? I'm going to read something to you from... What's this book called? 1 second. I think it's Power. Yes. Power and Privilege at an African University by Van den Berg and Pierre L. I want to read something. It's called Power and Privilege. It's a book. Power and Privilege at an African University, Van den Berg and Pierre L. Okay? Let's read something that happened in University of Ibadan. Why am I doing all these things? Because the people who are telling you to stop getting there's trouble with Nigeria, it's tribalism, that person was part of the the same group that would do the other thing, then I'll tell you that is wrong. Enough for you not to do it. Let's read something here. All right, let's get into this. At the university, that's UI, the Yoruba had from the start a dual advantage. The Yoruba were the first ethnic group to acquire Western education in sizable numbers in the second half of the 19th century. Thus, that's in the 1800s. Thus, there is a small Yoruba elite of third and fourth generation university graduates with a long-standing intellectual tradition and whose children are best equipped to compete in secondary schools and universities. Secondly, and more importantly, UCI, that's University College Ibadan. Thank you for the gift, Tigel. UCI was located in the heart of Yoruba land, close to the capital city of the Federation, which is itself enclosed in Yoruba territory and on the site of the provincial capital of the Western region. The advantage of being close to the center of political power and among one's own people gave Yoruba academics both a political advantage and a much greater sense of security. This advantage was partly cancelled during the First Republic by the fact that the majority party in the Western region, the Action Group, was in opposition in the federal parliament. But a segment of the Yoruba intelligentsia aligned itself with the Nigerian National Democratic Party, part of the coalition federal government before the military coups of 1966. I think it meant NPC, Nigerian Northern People's Congress. And then they formed the NNA, Nigerian National Alliance. The strong majority, all Yoruba in Ibadan are strangers and not significantly less so if they are, say, Igbo or Efik, or as compared to Scottish or Canadian. Let's jump. In the total university community, the Yoruba have always been the largest single group, but never a majority until the 1966 crisis, when most Igbo went home. Consistently the second largest Nigerian group, and in fact close second to the Yoruba. The Yoruba, for example, have made up 42% of all students who entered the university between 1948 and 1966, and the Igbo 31%. Among the Nigerian senior staff, the proportions were nearly the same. The main line of ethnic cleavage was thus clearly between Yoruba and Igbo, with the minorities and most of the expatriates tending to side with the Igbo and to gang up against the Yoruba. Until 1966, the Yoruba at UCI were in political subordination, mainly because expatriates constituted a vast majority of the ruling oligarchy of professors and wielded great power, despite a by-then predominantly Nigerian Council and University Administration. I want to jump to the other part. The foreigners, and notably the more senior British establishment, rode the storm of independence with great success, because instead of allowing the situation to degenerate into a white-black conflict, they squarely entered the game of Nigerian ethnic politics and overwhelmingly sided with the Igbo against the Yoruba. It would be tempting to give a Machiavellian interpretation of this alliance in terms of an astute perception of group interest, but the situation was far more complex. Most expatriates identified more closely with Igbo colleagues than with other Nigerians, in part because of cultural reasons. Listen to this. The Igbo intelligentsia, in their relations to Europeans, have generally represented themselves as admirers. I'll take that slowly. The Igbo intelligentsia, in their relations to Europeans, have generally presented themselves as admirers and emulators of Western culture, and consequently have helped establish the stereotype of the Igbo as progressive, modern, dynamic, enterprising. Western-oriented, intelligent people, in contrast, Western-oriented means Yoruba. Western-oriented, intelligent people, in contrast to the allegedly conservative, backward fellow countrymen. In other words, they are progressive, they are modern, they are dynamic, they are enterprising, they are Western-oriented, they are intelligent people, in contrast to the allegedly backward, conservative fellow countrymen. At the same time, many Igbo, coming from a traditionally stateless society, lacking some of the more spectacular accomplishments of their Western and Northern neighbors, have felt culturally on the defensive vis-a-vis the Yoruba, the Bini and Hausa and the Kanuri, and have not exhibited the pride of some of these other groups in their traditional cultures. Instead, the Igbo stressed the qualities that made them successful in the modern sector, e.g. in commerce, the professions, the civil service, and the academic world. The Yoruba, on the other hand, especially the educated elites, often exhibit a tranquil and obeying self-confidence, which makes them take the superiority of their way of life for granted, and show a deep sense of cultural pride and nationalism. The Yoruba gentleman often behaves with the same kind of self-assured superciliousness as his British counterpart, and the latter has typically not responded kindly to this. Mutual aloofness, if not downright dislike, often resulted. What did you learn from all this, Turenchi? I'm going to go back to the other book later. What did you learn from all of this? Is this, number one, that the Igbos and the minorities and the British ganged up against Yoruba people when in University of Ibadan. They saw Yoruba people as more confident, more assertive. This is Oyibo talking. That's what they thought. That's what they saw. That was a perception, and it wasn't the bootlicker, without using the word AWS. You get the point. So the other group, like they say here, has nothing fantastic in his history as compared to the West or the North, and therefore he has to act a certain way, and then he is deciding. Thank you, 224. That's the word. We never saw ourselves as inferior to anyone. So the Oyinbo comes, okay, doesn't really change anything, right? It's not pride. It's more like self-assurance. You are in your home. You are in your town. You're self-assured. You've had generations of people going to school, right? You have, according to this book, like 3-4 generations of university graduates, right? And then you have this other group that's trying to really compete to make up, but there's really nothing to fall back to. Now, when it comes to these things, folks from the Southeast don't mind saying, oh, this is really cool, this is really nice, right? They want to arrogate that to themselves. Now, all these things eventually led to the installation or the, what's the word now, appointment of the first VC in University of Ibadan. That was Professor Kenneth Odike. And I've said it before, what played out in the appointment was more tribalism than anything else. Like I said in the other video, he was not the most accomplished. There was Professor Joseph. But they appointed an Igbo person. It was a political move. And I'll see if I can find it here. You know, when that happened, nobody really went on to say, oh, there's something wrong, you know, they cheated us. You people just took it in their strides. But let me read something to you. I'll just tell you, I'll go. They chose someone from the ethnicity. It was the government. It was who appointed this man. It was Tafawa Balewa's government, actually. At the time, NCNC and NPC were the partners, right? They were the ones in government. They had the alliance in government, so they influenced that. But for me, I think it's politics. It's okay. But guess what? They repeated it in UI by appointing an Njoku. So, and that's why the video we listened to earlier, 2 university professors, VCs, that's what we're saying.
You got an Njoku into it. By the way, it's not just those 2.
You got.
Thank you. It's not Jaja, it's Aja.
You got an Njoku into. And by the way, it's not just those 2. Thank you. It's not Jaja, it's Aja. It's Aja. Thank you. I was trying to remember that name. Thank you. Thank you, Ademola. Aja Wachuku was the one who appointed them. But was the government of Tafawa Balewa. Aja Wachuku was, I think, was the Minister of Education at the time.
When the British support you against Yoruba,
so what you notice essentially is when the British support you against Yoruba, you are Igbo. When it's time for you to take advantage and appoint your own, you appoint your own. But when people say, oh boy, Bida said they're too much, then that person is a tribalist that doesn't believe in pan-Nigerian unity. You see how it works? Let's go back to the other book. Educated Elites in Nigerian Society now. Page. What page now?
I don't know if except Jaja and Aja are the same person. But the particular person that
No, it's not Jaja. I don't know if except Jaja and Aja are the same person, but the particular person that did that stuff is Aja Wachuku. So because that's the name, I just remember seeing it now. Let's just confirm something. Because there's Jaja Wachuku, then there's Aja Wachuku. I don't know if it's the same person. But let me just check. we're all learning together, so this is an opportunity. It could be the same, most likely. I just want to be sure. They're not. They're not. So Ajawachukwu. It's not Jaja, it's Aja. Ajawachukwu was the Nigeria's first federal minister of education. Jajawachukwu was the House of Rep Speaker. They are two different people. Jajawachukwu was the one who said Lagos was no man's land in 1947. Ajawachukwu was the one who appointed Kennedy Dike and Eninjoku. They are two different people. Okay? Aja was Minister of Education. Jaja was House Speaker of House of Representatives. Was also the ambassador and permanent representative to the UN. Okay? So it's Aja, not Jaja. But thank you. I mean, writing it actually reminded me. So thank you very much. So it was Aja Wachukwu that did the appointment, that made the appointment. And when it was time to appoint, he did not he didn't think of a Yoruba man to be VC of UI, even though there's a Yoruba man who would have been a better fit, Dr. Joseph. But the Pan-Nigerian spirit in Aja Wachukwu did not make him pick that one. He had to be an Igbo man. When he got to UNILAG, that Pan-Nigerian spirit that Chinua Achebe is talking about did not make them appoint any Yoruba person. He had to be an Igbo man as well. And when it was time to change after the first term, when that person was done with his term and they said, okay, let us now bring in a Yoruba person, they said, well, everybody's tribalist. And we've talked about that a number of times here. It was so bad that during his speech, during his inauguration, when, Professor Saburi Bibaku, when it was in the University of Lagos, a young boy, Yoruba boy, right, one of these Yoruba boys stabbed Saburi Bibaku in the back. A Yoruba man that was becoming a VC was stabbed by Kayode Adams because he's trying to prove that he's not a tribalist. And he's saying that his appointment was tribalism. Thank God he didn't die. They took him to court, then he pleaded insanity, said he was insane. So they sent him to Yaba. He got rusticated, got out of the Yaba Kini, and afterwards he went to Bar Beach, and sometime later, not immediately, sometime later, according to some reports, he unalived himself, he killed himself, committed suicide. That's the end of Yoruba, but on Biri. And the person that caused you to go into Allah will tell you, did I send you? If you're always saying I'm Yoruba, but let me explain something. This is for you. Kayode Adams just died like that.
What did he get for his troubles?
I will not call Victor Banjo a Yoruba board, but it's close. What did he get for his troubles?
He did all he could to help.
I'm coming back to this topic, by the way. Just give me a second. What did he get for all these troubles? He did all he could to help Iransi become, head of state. Second day, after Iransi took over power, he got arrested, sent to prison, eventually worked with Ojukwu, did everything, carried out the invasion of the Midwest. On the orders of Ojukwu, guess what people are saying today? I've read Igbo elders, not young men. One of them is here, Alexander Madebo, saying he was the one that decided it. Who even sent him? Who needed it? He didn't even let the minister. He just lied to Ojukwu because where to go to. They just started making nonsense up. They eventually killed him. They killed Victor Banjo.
Let me be fair.
If you like, we're doing. Baba, let me be fair. Be fair based on reason and knowledge. Right? Don't do things based on emotions. You've been blackmailed. You don't know why you're doing what you're doing. But we have less Yoruba bots in Yoruba land because we don't need many of them, to be honest. We need many of them to get healed because this self-hate is worrying. And in their minds, they're trying to do it because they're just for fairness. Have you ever thought about it? If these guys were really about Pan-Nigerian, when they started University of Nigeria, Nsukka, Why didn't they put Yoruba people to? Why didn't they put the Yoruba VC in University of Nigeria and Soka?
An indigenous VC.
Why was it that when it was time to get an indigenous VC, the first one they got was the same one that left Unilag and Njoko, who had gone to the United States and then returned and then was made the VC of UNN? Although Azikiwe eventually called him Doctor of Leaves, was a botanist.
They said attacking Lagos was Victor Banjo's decision that Yoruba sent Yoruba.
Obadino says they said attacking Lagos was Victor Banjo's decision that it is Yoruba sent to Yoruba. That's what they will say now. Meanwhile, we have the letter that Ojukwu wrote to Victor Banjo telling him what to do. The point is, if you throw your people under the bus to prove that you are one Nigeria, you are one detribalized person, when the time comes, they will leave the people under the bus, but they will crush you too. You are not better than the people that you have thrown under the bus. That's the mindset of the person that wants to dominate the space. And you always have to kowtow. You have to always, essentially prove throughout your lifetime. You have to constantly prove. Prove to who? That's the question. Like who? Who are you?
So we're talking about tribalism.
All right. So we've been talking about tribalism through using the book by Chinua Achebe. Let's read E.I. Odele's book, The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society. It says here, tribalism was incandescently crystallized during the Civil War when the intellectuals and top civil servants used that the rest of Nigerians were tribalists, and when the Biafrans were fed on the worst possible hatred of Nigerians. He said tribalism was incandescently crystallized during the Civil War when the intellectuals and top civil servants. Where do you think they are from? If you read Beckon to Serve by Sheo Shagari, it was talking about how Ojukwu sent Igbo guys into the world to go and spread propaganda in Rome, in Italy, right? All over Italy, in Geneva, in England, all over the place. Just go and spread Emma follow. Meanwhile, Nigerians were chilling and saying, okay, we are winning the war, it doesn't really matter, but we're losing the narrative. These supposedly pan-Nigerians who abhor anything that's with tribalism. By the way, did I read the definition of tribalism from no, that's what I should read before reading this. How this man defined tribalism. You need to hear that before we read anything else, so I can give you, help us appreciate what we want to read next. Back to the book by Achebe. Just a second. I just want to read to you what he called tribalism. So listen to this. Intelligent and useful discussion of tribalism is very often thwarted by vagueness. What is tribalism? I will spare you a comprehensive academic definition. For practical purposes, let us say that tribalism is discrimination against a citizen because of his place of birth. Is this the definition of tribalism? Have you ever read any book? This is not the definition of tribalism, by the way. So do you see what's happening? They will create something, a word. They will create a definition for a word. They will create a meaning for that word. You are working with dictionary definition of the word. You are saying, I'm not a tribalist. You don't know their definitions are different. It means that no matter how much you try to prove you are not, you will always be. Because your definitions are already different. He's banking everything on the fact that a citizen should be able to do anything anywhere, since regardless of his place of birth. In other words, there's no sense of respect for your host community. There's no need for you to actually have the interest of those people at heart. Just because you're a citizen, you're able to do anything you like. No. You can't move mad anywhere because you're a citizen of Nigeria. They will send you home. You are a citizen, you're not an indigent. This is an ancestral space. This is not some banana republic or some conquered territory. And no part of Nigeria owes any Nigerian anything. No part. Listen, if I go to Igbo land, I respect them. I'm a citizen of Nigeria, but the way they do their things there is different. I'm not there to prove any point to tell them that, listen, are you a tribalist or not? It's their land. Hopefully they'll treat me right. But I don't go there to be dragging what's theirs with them now to tell them that after all we're all Nigerians. No. Especially when I don't have their interests at heart, which is what you see for the most part for these clowns who are just ambitious for nothing. The only thing is, don't speak Yoruba, I don't think Yoruba. I have to be your governor. I have to be your president. I have to be this. You must vote for me to prove. So that's his definition. Tribalism is discrimination against a citizen because of his place of birth. But that's not what you thought we're talking about all this while. That's not even what I thought until I read this part of his book. I thought tribalism was the pride that people have in their group of origin, or their group, whether the group is their ethnicity or their religion or whatever it is that they belong to, that tribe, that pride they have in it, to the exclusion of those who are not part of that group. Bigotry, on the other hand, will be the irrational hate of others and discrimination of those, the discriminatory acts towards those people because they're not part of that group. Me, I don't like bigotry. I think it's a waste of energy. And I can't be a tribalist because I'm Yoruba. Yoruba is a nation. But I can be a nationalist. Interestingly, in that book, Power and Politics in African University, they mentioned the fact that Yoruba people have they have this sense of nationalism. And that's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm not a bastard. The question is, why are you not proud of where you are from? That's the question. I know the answer, by the way, but now let's go to what we're reading. We're tying everything together.
So he says here, back to the book by A and B. Tribalism was incandescently crystallized.
So he says here, back to the book by A and Yondele. Tribalism was incandescently crystallized during the Civil War when the intellectuals and top civil servants used efficient facilities to inform the outside world, just like they're doing right now, that the rest of Nigerians were tribalists, and when the Biafrans were fed on the worst possible hatred of Nigerians. Excuse me. There's one word I see in every video that I make, almost every video, and every post I put on social media. Hate. You hate us. You hate us. It's projection. Awolowo said it in his book, Thoughts on Nigerian Constitution. It's projection. They are projecting. It's a confession. It's not an accusation. You hate me. You hate me. It's because the person who is saying you hate them actually hate you. The history of Nigeria was completely rewritten, and in that new chronicle, the Igbo were innocent, and the rest of Nigerians criminals. Tribalism crystallized into racism, in which the Igbo was persuaded to see himself as an embodiment of the virtues that had eluded other Nigerians. The crisis, it was argued, was deep-rooted in the past and had been inspired by the unabated and ever-increasing hostility of the rest of the Nigerian community for the Igbo ever since the British government imposed the British Raj on Nigeria. The Igbo man, the incarnation of all virtues, had been the object of envy by the rest of the Nigerian community, who were much less gifted in spiritual and human talents. The Igbo man was the industrious, enterprising businessman whose commercial ability was used to build up the economy of the country outside the fatherland. It built up everywhere. Built Lagos, built Majukuri, built Abuja, built. The Igbo man was the industrious, enterprising businessman whose commercial ability was used to build up the economy of the country outside the fatherland. An evidence of his unselfishness. He was by nature cosmopolitan in outlook, hence his sojourning in other parts of the country and the display of neighborliness. He was the most genuine Christian and the arch rejecter of Islam, which he knew before the colonial era could not humanize and civilize the Nigerian to the best level. He was the most zealous patron of Western-style education, and consequently the inheritor of the virtues which this character molding and refiner of manners could confer on anybody. This skill he had put at the disposal of the rest of Nigeria in the civil service, in the press, and in the nationalist movement. And aware of the consolation of independence as the open sesame to the emergence of the Nigerian as a man, he had used his pen as well as his voice to lead the nationalist struggle. believing that a better breed of man would emerge in a Nigerian wise community. He had been the vanguard of pan-Nigerianism and the decline of tribalism and sectionalism. However, the Igbo man was hated by the rest of Nigeria, who were either incapable of appreciating these virtues or were made to hate him by the British imperialists, who so hated the progress of Africans that they did not want Nigerians to be infected with such attributes that the Igbo had acquired and were displaying. The result was that hostility toward the Igbo gathered momentum and culminated in the massacres of 1966, which pushed them as a rejected people out of the Federation. If I tell you who wrote this thing, you will not believe me. Chinua Achebe
addressed to the Netherlands press on 28 August 1968 at The Hague.
Chinua Achebe addressed to the Netherlands press on 28 August 1968 at The Hague, Holland. The same person who wrote the Trouble with Nigeria, telling us how everybody was traveling, he wrote this. I just read now. He wrote it.
Everything I just read right now.
Everything I just read right now, Chinua Achebe wrote it. In 68.
That's the person who shunned tribalism. Who doesn't do that victim thing?
That's the person who shunned tribalism. Who doesn't believe in that victim thing? They not blessed. They infected the generations without nonsense. Is hated. Is this? I mean, see what I read. Imagine a young Igbo person you heard. Well, on Chinua Achebe for a bit. If you let them, I mean, again, be kind to everybody. I thought I was going to do between nice and kind. Hopefully, I'll remember before the end of the session. We're going to get to that. Be kind to everybody. But all this thing of, I want to, you don't have anything. Let me read something to you from Achebe's book, The Trouble with Nigeria. It says, a distinguished political scientist from a minority area of Nigeria, of the South, pronounced some years ago that Nigeria has an Igbo problem. Every ethnic group is, of course, something of a problem for Nigeria's easy achievement of cohesive nationhood. But the learned professor no doubt saw the Igbo as a particular irritant, a special thorn in the flesh by the Nigerian body politic. So this is what Chinua Achebe said. Nigerians of all other ethnic groups will probably achieve consensus on no other matter than their common resentment of the Igbo. This is the person in this same book that is telling you not to be tribalistic. What do you see that's doing right now? Pushing the Igbo as the one that everybody hates. Nigerians of all other ethnic groups, because they are one and the rest. Nigerians of all other ethnic groups will probably achieve consensus on no other matter than their common resentment of the Igbo. They would all describe them as aggressive, arrogant, and clannish. Most would add grasping and greedy. Although the performance of the Yoruba since the end of the Civil War has tended to put the price for greed in some doubt. Modern Nigerian history has been marked by sporadic eruptions of anti-Igbo feeling of more or less serious import. But it was not until 1966-67 when it swept through the northern Nigeria like a flood of deadly hate. That word, they cannot stop using that word. This is one of the best Igbo men that ever lived, Abi, isn't he? Abi, wasn't he? Okay. It says here that it was not until 1966-67 when it swept through northern Nigeria like a flood of deadly hate that the Igbo first questioned the concept of Nigeria, which they had embraced with much greater fervor than the Yoruba or the Hausa Fulani. They embraced Nigeria more than Yoruba and Hausa Fulani, and they never questioned it, even though in 63 they threatened to secede. These people must think they are writing to clowns. But guess what? If a young person they tell you this, would you not believe it? Lumumba reads this and thinks he knows Nigeria's history.
Are the Igbo being a minor ethnic group of a few 100,000, their menace might have been easily and quietly contained?
Are the Igbo being a minor ethnic group of a few 100,000, their menace might have been easily and quietly contained, but they ran in their millions. Like J.P. Clark's fine image of ants filing out of the wood, the Igbo moved out of their forest home, scattered, and virtually seized the floor.
But this kind of success can carry a deadly penalty.
You are listening to a non-tribalistic, but this kind of success can carry a deadly penalty.
This kind of
The danger of
success
hubris.
can carry a deadly penalty. The
1 second.
danger of
This kind of success can carry a deadly penalty. The danger of hubris, overweening pride and thoughtlessness, which invites envy and hatred. Everybody hates you. Everybody is envious of you.
Anyway, this okay. So it says here, this kind of hubris.
What do you have that everybody hates? Anyway, let's just continue. So it says here, this kind of hubris, this kind of success can carry a deadly penalty, the danger of hubris, overweening pride and thoughtlessness, which invites envy and hatred, or even worse, which can obsess the mind with material success and dispose it to all kinds of crude showiness.
And it says here, there is no doubt at all that there is a strand in contemporary Igbo behavior.
Then it says here, there is no doubt at all that there is a strand in contemporary Igbo behavior which can offend by its noisy exhibitionism and disregard for humility and quietness. If you walk into the crowded waiting room at Ikeja Airport on one of those days when all flights are delayed or cancelled for quote-unquote operational purposes, operational reasons, and you hear one man's voice high over a subdued and desperate multitude, the chances are it will be an Igbo man who has quote-unquote made it and is desperate to be noticed and admired. The other charge, which is leveled against the Igbo, is clannishness. He is accused of unduly favoring his kindred and running to their defense at all times. He is supposed to have a tribal caucus where decisions are made and conspiracies hatched to advance Igbo interests. Such pan-Igbo solidarity is a figment of the Nigerian imagination. It has never existed except briefly and for unique reason during the Civil War. It's a lie. It's a lie. There was a reason the Igbo unions in different parts of Nigeria gathered in 1943, 44 to form what is called Igbo Federal Union. That clannishness is the reason certain people went to school. If you read Esther Akintola by Oshudokun, is there. If I maybe another time I'll read to you. The reason people gather like they will gather money in their community to send people to school. It's not individualistic like that. The reason for Igbo Federal Union was because they're trying to break that thing of we're individualistic. So when he said that the idea that they're coming together is a figment of Nigerian imagination, I'm wondering, but it happened. I'll read another book later, but let's just finish this one. He says, such Igbo solidarity is a figment of the Nigerian imagination. It has never existed, except briefly and for a unique reason, during the Civil War. The rise of the Igbo in Nigerian affairs was due to the The rise of the Igbo in Nigerian affairs was due to the self-confidence engendered by their open society and their belief that one man is as good as another, that no condition is permanent. It was not due, as non-Igbo observers have imagined, to tribal mutual aid societies. The town union phenomenon, which has often been written about, was in reality an extension of the Igbo individualistic ethic. The Igbo towns competed among themselves for certain kinds of social achievements, like building of schools, churches, markets, post offices, pipe-borne water projects, roads, and so on. They did not concern themselves with pan-Igbo unity, nor were they geared to securing an advantage over non-Igbo Nigerians. Beyond town or village, the Igbo has no compelling traditional loyalty. So why on earth did the Igbo write in 1944 to perpetually rule Nigeria? As an ethnicity. Why did the Igbo National Caucus release a statement in 1964 of their plans for, I'll say that slowly, why did the Igbo National Caucus release a statement in 1964 of how to deal with every group in Nigeria and to ensure the success of the Igbo people? You know what they call gaslighting? This is the definition of gaslighting. Number. I'm going to read something to you very quickly. You said that they are not together, they are all scattered like weather. But let me read something to you.
Second World War.
I'm going to read from a book called Second World War, The Second World War and Politics in Nigeria, 1939 to 1953 by G.O. Olusoya. He says here,
In 1944, the various Igbo unions throughout the country organized into a pan
In 1944, the various Igbo unions throughout the country were organized into a pan-Igbo national organization, the Igbo Federal Union, whose declared objective was the raising of funds to build and maintain secondary schools throughout the Igbo area of the country. The union composed the national anthem. Wow. I thought they were small groups, they were individualistic, they never band together. All right. They composed the national anthem and went as far as advocating the founding of the National Bank of Igbo land. And that's interesting. They published this thing I just read right, and they published it in 1946. They published it in West African Pilot. And in 1944, when the NCNC was formed, the Igbo Federal Union, with all its sub-tribal associations, became the strongest supporter of that organization because, as an Igbo scholar put it, quote, Azikiwe was not only an Igbo, but an idol of the Igbos as a whole, end of quote. The unflinching support for Azikiwe by members of his own ethnic group was naturally a cause of anxiety to the other ethnic groups. Why will his members support him? I thought they were all individualistic, don't really care for the common good. The reason for this blind loyalty and devotion to Azikiwe on the part of the Igbos is not difficult to find. As he then puts it in his brilliant analysis of the role of Igbos in Nigerian politics, Dr. Azikiwe is to the less sophisticated and even the educated Igbo more than a political leader. He is a prophet who has arrived in the time of a crisis to redeem his people. To be quite specific, the majority of the Igbo are emotionally attached to the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, NCNC. It is an institution with an Igbo at the head, and therefore harbors psychologically, quote-unquote, the soul of the Igbo nation. It is indeed a spiritual cosmogony. This could be found in other tribes in relation to political parties in their areas, but it is less pronounced. And then went on to talk about the Igbo parochial feeling.
This Igbo parochial feeling was not only reflected.
No, let me read a little. This Igbo parochial feeling was not only reflected in the internal politics of the country, but even amongst the Igbo students in Britain. In 1945, the Igbo students in the United Kingdom organized themselves into the Igbo Students' Union of Great Britain and Ireland and declared their support for the NCNC. This action led to the breakdown of the West African Students' Union. So there was WASU, but they, as a group, the Igbo Students' Union, decided to of Students' Union of Great Britain and Ireland decided to support a political party, an ethnic cultural organization broke out of the West African Students' Union and chose to support a party. This action led to the breakdown of the West African Students' Union. Perhaps it was in response to these parochial activities of the Igbos that Chief Obafemi Awolowo, then a law student in England, organized the Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ a Yoruba cultural organization. During the process of the formation of this body, the founders took pains to see that the purpose of the new association should not be misrepresented by others, and so on and so forth. By the time you jump to this part, you hear that for these reasons, it is difficult to understand why Azikiwe and his Igbo supporters were hostile towards the organization. That's Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ. Azikiwe himself, the president of the Igbo National Union or Federal Union, a similar organization among the Igbos, received the news of the formation of Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ with intense hostility. Henceforth, we read this before, the cry must be one of battle against the Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ, its leaders at home and abroad, uphill and downdale, in the streets of Nigeria and in the residence of its advocates. It is the enemy of Nigeria. It must be crushed to the earth. There is no going back until the fascist organization of Sade Yemalakija has been dismembered. Houses of leaders of the Egbe were attacked by NCNC supporters. This led to a press war between the Egbe and the NCNC, culminating in what might have been a great tragedy, but for the prompt intervention of the government. In 1948, quote-unquote personal, listen, 48 by the way, in 1948, by the way, it's 48, it's also 2026, so I'm not just, this is not just pass, as it happen, it happen. In 1948, the Igbos in Lagos, having decided that all, quote, personal attacks on Azikiwe would be considered attacks upon the Igbo nation. Because, quote, if a hen were killed, the chicken, so they bought cutlasses in preparation for a civil war against the Yorubas, a disaster that was warded off by the timely and prompt intervention of the colonial government. Any personal attacks on Azikiwe would be considered attacks upon the Igbo nation, because if a hen were killed, the chickens will be exposed to danger. This is the group that Chinua Achebe is telling us that they don't believe in anything. Let's come together. Someone said, AY, he says, did you notice something similar happened last election in NIUK group? That group, everybody has to follow Peter Obi now. If you don't follow Peter Obi, you're a tribalist. Apparently, you're supposed to. You live in England. You live in the UK. How come you're not supporting him? And by the way, when you were buying cutlasses, newsman went to Zeke. You know what Zeke said? He said, people are buying cutlasses in Lagos. So he said they're just brandishing it for propaganda purposes. Those were his own words. September 1948. Any personal attacks on Peter Obi is an attack on Igbo people. Any personal, remember the word they even use, though. Any personal attacks on Nnamdi Kanu is an attack on everybody in Igbo land. But they are not clannish.
From this time onwards, the hostility between the Igbos and the Yorubas became particularly intense.
From this time onwards, the hostility between the Igbos and the Yorubas became particularly intense, and attacks and counterattacks became the order of the day. The speeches of the various leaders revealed the intensity of this hostility. A Yoruba leader in a speech during this period stated, "We were bunched together by the British, who named us Nigeria. We never knew Igbos, but since we came to know them, we have tried to be friendly and neighborly. Then came the archdevil to sow the seeds of distrust and hatred. We tolerated who have mortgaged their thinking caps to Azikiwe and Erlings." And Azikiwe, in his address to the Igbo State Conference in 1949, stated, "It would appear that the God of Africa has specially created the Igbo nation to lead the children of Africa from the bondage of the ages." That's a Pan-Africanist. God, Africa just specially created your people. The martial prowess of the Igbo nation in all stages of human history has enabled them not only to conquer others, the Igbo nation cannot shirk its responsibility. Though the leaders of the two ethnic groups were temporarily reconciled during the Enugu shooting incident, it did not last long. Excuse me.
Though the leaders of the two ethnic groups were temporarily reconciled during the Enugu shooting incident,
Though the leaders of the two ethnic groups were temporarily reconciled during the Enugu shooting incident, it did not last long. Soon, mutual hostility and suspicion broke out again. It is only against this background of Igbo-Yoruba relations that the formation of the action group can be completely understood. So that's the book by G. Olusoya. Just to give you an idea what was happening back in the day. But Achebe would want us to believe that these guys don't band together. They don't do anything together. Everybody's individualistic, because someone says any attack on Peter Obi, aka popular attack. Exactly. It's the same thing that happened in 48. If you attack one person, you attack the entire ethnicity. Okay. Let's finish what Achebe was saying in the book by we're almost done. So we read how the Igbo man, they said the Igbo man was hated. The Igbo man had skill that he was trying to use to help Nigeria. You guys are not grateful. He was trying to help you develop. What's wrong with you? Nigerians, what's wrong with you? I like the way Achebe wrote that thing. He said, I feel like reading everything again. Do you mind? I think it's going to help me connect with the next thing I'm going into. So don't mind. Don't enjoy as I read it, okay? It says, the history of Nigeria was completely rewritten, and in that new chronicle, the Igbo were innocent and the rest of Nigerians criminals. Because at this time, what happened was that the intellectuals, right, and top civil servants had used efficient facilities to inform the outside world that the rest of Nigerians were tribalists. And then they fed Biafrans, that's the Igbo people specifically, they fed them on the worst possible hatred of Nigeria. So he says the history of Nigeria was completely rewritten and all that. Then we go on. Tribalism crystallized into racism, in which the Igbo was persuaded to see himself as an embodiment of the virtues that had eluded other Nigerians. The crisis, it was argued, was deep-rooted in the past and had been inspired by the unabated and ever-increasing hostility of the rest of the Nigerian community for the Igbo ever since the British government imposed the British Raj on Nigeria. The Igbo man, the incarnation of all virtues, had been the object of envy by the rest of the Nigerian community, who were much less gifted in spiritual and human talents. Really? The Igbo man was an industrious, enterprising businessman whose commercial ability was used to build up the economy of the country outside the fatherland. An evidence of his unselfishness, he was by nature cosmopolitan in outlook, hence his sojourning in other parts of the country and the display of neighborliness. But there's no cosmopolitan place in the region. Wonderful. He was the most genuine Christian, really. Wow. And the arch rejecter of Islam, which he knew before the colonial era. By the way, it's not the same Achebe that took Christianity to this place in 1857. Okay. It is well. He was the most genuine Christian and the arch rejecter of Islam, which he knew before the colonial era could not humanize and civilize the Nigerians to the best level. He was the most zealous patron of Western-style education and consequently the inheritor of the virtues which this character molding and refiner of manners could confer on anybody. This skill he had put at the disposal of the rest of Nigeria in the civil service, in the press, and in the nationalist movement. And aware of the consolation of independence as the open sesame to the emergence of Nigerian as a man, he had used his pen as well as his voice to lead the nationalist struggle, believing that a better breed of man would emerge in the Nigerian wise community. He had been the vanguard of pan-Nigerianism and the decrier of tribalism and sectionalism. However, the Igbo man was hated by the rest of Nigeria, who were either incapable of appreciating these virtues or were made to hate him by the British imperialists, who so hated the progress of Africans that they did not want Nigerians to be infected with such attributes that the Igbo had acquired and were displaying. The result was that hostility toward the Igbo gathered momentum and culminated in the massacres of 1966, which pushed them as a rejected people out of the Federation. Again, Chinua Achebe. The Nigerians then were ingrates and brutes, incapable of behaving like the Igbo race as civilized human beings. They were unabashed perpetrators of the inhumanity of man to man, people from whom the paragon Biafrans should flee in order to found a new state in which the qualities of the right-thinking man would be exemplified. In the opinion of the articulate Biafrans, all of them academicians and many of them alumni of University of Ibadan, no worse people than Nigerians could be found in the world. The Nigerians were murderers, committed to a program of total elimination of the Igbo race. In order to achieve this end, the Nigerian troops invaded Biafra. These bloodthirsty vandals were hankering after Biafran ladies, whom they were to infect with a specially devastating disease called Bone Special. The Nigerian troops were efficient murderers of every Igbo man or woman, young or old, able or ill, whom they captured. The Nigerian is a lie. That's a lie. I mean, everything is a lie, but that particular one I have to quickly speak up. Even the POWs that Nigerian the 3 MCDO, 3rd Marine Commando Division, even the POWs they captured, they still took care of them. 400 of them. You find it in the book by Alabi Sama. But let's continue. Where were we? It's okay, don't worry. Yeah. So it said that Nigerian troops were infecting Igbo ladies with a special devastating disease called Bone Special. The Nigerian troops were efficient murderers of every Igbo man or woman, young or old, able or ill, whom they captured. The Nigerian leadership was made up of a pack of criminals, never-do-wells, and unreliable, shifty characters, who have established a record of incompetence, ineffectiveness, inhumanity, and unobjectivity, illegality, unpopularity, and abuse of office. General Gowon was a Christian humbug and leader of a jihad that aimed at Islamization of all Biafran children. How can a Christian be the leader of a jihad? Never mind, these same people said to themselves that Gowon will not fight because he's a Christian. Now they are saying General Gowon was a Christian humbug and leader of a jihad that aimed at Islamization of all Biafran children, killing all Biafrans above the age of 5, and one of the murderers of his benefactor, Aguin Rossi. Gowon did not even know they were going to kill him. His chief lieutenant was Chief Obafemi Awolowo, an arch-tribalist, a narrow-minded and parochial, a notoriously spineless opportunist with an all-consuming ambition and a particular obsession to realize a self-inspired delusion to become Prime Minister of Nigeria, and expertise in the embezzlement of public funds, which could be traced right through his career. Arch-tribalist, that's Zik. Narrow-minded and parochial, that's all your leaders in the southeast, in the eastern region at the time. Notoriously spineless opportunist. That's actually your political, you see it even in Ojukwu. With an ill-consuming ambition, a particular obsession to realize a self-inspired delusion. No, he had a plan to become Prime Minister. Just didn't work out. An expertise in the embezzlement of public funds, that's Azikiwe. Embezzled £877,000 in 1955. That's a lot of money. Even today.
All of this is from Biafra.
All of this is from Biafra people. It's from the Biafran time. What I just read right now is from Biafran time. March 1968. Chief Anthony Enaro was a violent, conceited, and undisciplined character who from youth has been in the center of crimes against law and order, is a lie. It should be repeated that no ethnic group in Nigeria can justifiably throw the stone at the Igbo. That other ethnic groups did not exploit the tribal factor as a defense mechanism and so on and so forth. The point is, let me read what he's saying. It should be repeated that no ethnic group in Nigeria can justifiably throw the stone at the Igbo. That other ethnic groups did not exploit the tribal factor as a defense mechanism or preach the gospel of hatred of other ethnic groups, or reduce Nigerian history to the denominator of tribalism, or descend to the extreme form of racism as the Igbo intellectuals did in the course of the Civil War, does not mean that other ethnic groups have less tribal instinct than the Igbo. The Igbo went to the farthest limit of tribal racism in the Civil War because physically they were defensive, and there is no doubt that the Igbo educated elites believed that members of the ethnic group were far more pan-Nigerian than other ethnic groups, that they believed that in the way the Igbo had spread themselves all over the country, these people had developed a Nigerian national sensitivity. So you travel from your home, you move to other people's places, and you think you can tell the people how to identify. Someone on YouTube says, I'm so shocked, I think it was what you want to say. I'm so shocked that even Achebe has this mentality. I'm highly disappointed. But did he really say these things? No, he didn't say everything. The part where he said it. The part where, the first part, he said that one. The second part, that was from Biafra newsletter. The first part of they were better than everybody, they were clinical than everybody, they had acquired attributes that Nigerian people are now pushing them out of the country. That one, he said that one. He said it, let me read to you. Genocide breaks up nations. Ministry of Information Enugu, Chinua Achebe, address to the Netherlands press on 28th August 1968 at The Hague, Holland. And then again, Chinua Achebe, the African writer and the Biafran cause, delivered at Makerere College, 25th August 1968. Those were from him. That's the man writing there is trouble in Nigeria, everybody's tribalist, everybody's skin cooking. Long and short of everything, let me just end and bring people up. It's almost 9, dear Lord. It's almost 9. We'll not be here for much longer. Well, paragraph in Achebe's book where he said that Nigerians will not unite about anything, but let me read this out. I don't want to mix up the words, please. And then I'll round up and then we'll close for the day. But if I join us, by the way, if you're joining us for the first time, we have the sessions every weekday, Mondays to Fridays, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. And we're about to close now, but let me just summarize and then we'll conclude. This is what Achebe said. Nigerians of all other ethnic groups, this is 1983, by the way. That was 1968. There's no difference. 15 years apart. Nigerians of all other ethnic groups will probably achieve consensus on no other matter than their common resentment of the Igbo. They would all describe them as aggressive, arrogant, and clannish. Most would add grasping and greedy. But the only reason that Nigeria will unite is on the matter of the Igbo. I think this has actually affected young Igbo minds than anything else. Number one, I want us to be more gracious towards young Igbo people. There's no way you have this kind of elders and you still need the devil. You don't need the devil when you have people like this. They will destroy your mind before you even have the chance to make your mind up about anything. It's a shame. Also to say that whatever you are seeing right now, it's a replay. It's deja vu. It has happened before. There's nothing you are seeing right now in Nigerian political landscape that has happened before. Where people try to gaslight you, they'll try to lie to you, they try to blackmail you, say, oh, there was cross-carpeting. Is a lie. There was nothing like that. There was no cross-carpeting. The people were never in NCNC. But Achebe, an intellectual, a professor, wrote that in his book. And it doesn't end with him, by the way. There are many books I've read by many people from the Southeast. It's a bit difficult, but I usually go out of my way to buy books written by authors, from the Southeast. I intentionally go out of my way to buy something because, like, you read one, you read the other. It's just like everybody is just like in one direction. It's victimhood. It destroys the self-esteem of the young people. So that no matter how much you earn, no matter how high you go, you could be the professor, you can be director general of anywhere. That thing is in you where you feel that you are less than others. I don't think people are less than other people. I don't think they are less than other people. But I don't think they're better than other people either. And the problem is this. For many people, being better than others is the definition of fairness. If you say you're not better than anybody, that means that you're not being fair. What makes you think you're better than anybody? Why not just build together rather than all this competition? Life is not about competition, no. I mean, there are things you compete on, but there are things where you have to work together and complement each other. If you have this primitive mindset where you think everything is a competition, you kill yourself. You kill yourself because the person you are competing with, you don't know where that person is coming from. Sometimes the person may not even have as much money as you, but their mindset is different from yours. You don't know how they grew up. You don't know who their parents were. You don't know what they went through. You're just comparing yourself with them for no reason. Now think about it. Think about doing it at an ethnic level. You look at a particular people and you're like, we are better than them. This is how you destroy people's mindset. All of that to say this. I don't believe that Nigerians cannot come together on anything but the resentment of Igbo people. There's nothing to resent, in my own opinion. When people are calling us on your BS, just know that you can't turn it around and say, oh, they hate you. That hate is a very dumb way of having conversations. You're not Chris. And lastly, I remember what I said I was going to say. Lastly, I'm just going to quickly read this now. We're going to bring people. Can I bring people up? It's almost 9 now. Lastly, how many times have I said lastly? We're going to talk to you about being nice and being kind. You see, to be nice is to be pleasant, to be agreeable, and be polite. To be kind is to be comfortable. It can involve honesty, boundaries, or correction. For instance, kindness says, I care about your good, even if it's hard. Telling someone the truth because it will help them grow. The difference is that nice can be passive and people-pleasing. Kind is intentional and sometimes requires courage. Kind is intentional and sometimes requires courage. You can be nice without being kind, but true kindness may not always look nice. Nigeria have been dealing with people trying to be nice. you're avoiding conflict. Don't avoid conflict. Don't intentionally create conflict, but don't avoid conflict. Tell the truth because you love that person, not because you hate them. A lot of you guys are shouting you are detribalized, you are Nigerian first. Most of you don't understand what you're doing. You have never studied the issue. You have never had a conversation about what really happened. You are just, tiptoeing around the matter and avoiding conflict. Meanwhile, the person who is coming to you is very bullish. It's going to take over your space while you're acting like a clown and saying, no, I want to be detribalized. I'm not hating you when I tell you I'm Yoruba. And I'm not detribalized. But I love everyone and I want the best for you. But I'm not going to lose an inch of my space because I want to please you. You are not worth it. May God bless you. May God bless every part of Nigeria. May God bless this country and every citizen of Nigeria. Thank you very much for listening. We'll bring some people up. Maybe not everybody requesting, just a few. And then we'll have a conversation very quickly. Please keep it short. We'll have the anthems. And all right, so let's bring up some people. As soon as you get up, please mute, and then we'll have your contribution.
Please be on TikTok, kindly power tap. Also click on the heart icon.
Please be on TikTok, kindly power tap. Also click on the heart icon, drop a heart me. And thank you for the likes, by the way, but we have to keep doing it. It's showing activity, so please, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. If you're on YouTube, thank you for being here, and on Facebook as well. Lovely to have you join us. Please like the live and share. And for folks on Twitter, thank you for being here. Please kindly repost. Sinchin says, how can one be Nigeria first that was coined by Mero? The man Florence Shaw, yes. All right. So let's have these contributions very quickly, and then we can move on. Again, please, let's keep it clean. Keep it clean, keep it respectful. There's a way you can throw shades without being, without going overboard, So please keep it clean, keep it respectful. Thank you. So let's start with Adeleke. Good evening, Adeleke. I can't hear you. Okay, we're going to have to move to a robot though. Abi, shame me name Ogbon. Sir, what's it?
Can you say something? They call me.
Can you hear me? Hello, Ekalesa.
Please talk. Let me see.
Hello, can you hear me?
1 second.
Oh, okay. First of all, well done, sir. That's
Thank you.
Sir. Yes, sir. Talking about you see, you could see the bitterness and the envy that the so-called intellectual professor was exhibiting. You see, when Ilosiwaju Omoduduwa was established, and then some people came and said,
sorry,
Egbe Omoduduwa was established, and it's against the unity of Nigeria, whereas they had their own Igbo Federation Union. If truly Egbe Omoduduwa was meant to be an antagonist against the unity of Nigeria, why then should a parallel socio-cultural group be established, which is the Yoruba Federation Union? Why then should it be established again against the Egbe Omoduduwa? You understand? If the Egbe Omoduduwa itself was supposed to be an antagonist against, my own advice, my suggestion is this. Guys, especially to the Nigerian people, to the Yoruba people especially, there's a part where you use your head, there's a part where you use your heart. Use your sense at the same time. Don't let emotions lead you. In Yoruba Federation Union, I'm very sure they will have also had the propaganda that this Egbe Omoduduwa was, and then you still fail for the establishment of the Yoruba Federation Union. Now tell me, how does it make sense? It shows that people can't just sit down, a minute, at least sometimes, just ask yourself, wait a minute, sit down and think through some of these things. If people can actually sit down and think through some of these things, I tell you, many people will not fall for propaganda. Many people will not fall for propaganda. So there are some things these guys kick against. At the same time, they are doing it. At the same time, you are involved in it. So one way or the other, you will be involved in what you are helping them to, because you are full of emotions and you are not full of intellect. Thank you, sir.
I always say, be kind, but not being nice. Be kind. Love everybody, do good to everyone, but stop apologizing for your existence. And stop doing things because of pity. To show fairness. Let it not be like one ethnic group has not done something. And somebody mentioned earlier, please mute. Somebody mentioned earlier about the fact that they voted. I mean, the gentleman came up here earlier and said they voted Peter Obi because they wanted fairness, like Igbo people don't feel. Listen. Ask yourself this question: why do you? And I'm not talking to that person specifically. All of us. Why is it that when you think of fairness, you think about only one group? I'll tell you why. It's the war. Even you don't know why you are doing what you are doing. It's not because this person has not produced precedent. He has produced two. Why don't you feel like that about the BBO? They've not produced any. The Bachama, the Birom, the Idoma, the Igala, the Tiv. You don't think like that about the FX or the Anangs. You don't think like that. The reason you are doing that is not because they've not produced a president, because you are feeling bad about the war. That's not your business. You should feel compassion for people, but don't feel guilty for what's not your responsibility. What's wrong with Nigerians? Be compassionate. Look for the best, whatever, for the person. But why do you feel that you? I mean, why do you think we had a vice president after 9 years after the war? It was for that reason. We settled it. I want to have a president from the Ebola. So it doesn't look like there's not been an Igbo president. Listen, I'll say it before, I'll say it again. There's no ethnic group that Nigeria owes presidency, not even my own. Every ethnic group or region that Nigeria hurt, so to speak, have been repaid. Nigeria hurt Yoruba people. When I was in 79, which they scuttled, or particularly in 1993. How did they pay us back? Well, they allowed Yoruba people to run in 1999. And even though the person who won was not the Yoruba candidate, he was Yoruba in ethnicity, so 2 gave 4. We can't be saying that, it's actually Olufala that we wanted, so they cheated us. No, Olusegun Obasanjo is Yoruba. When the South people were agitating and destroying everything, see what they did to us. Nigeria did something about it and ensured that they had a vice president. Who was it, Joe? It just so happened that he became president. There was a reason Jonathan was made vice president. It was not because God spoke, "Thou my son." No, it was because it was a way to placate the people. Just like Nigeria did. The same way the PDP ensured that Nigeria, of course, at the end of the day, had Jonathan as vice president in 2007 is the exact same reason that Nigeria ensured you had an Igbo vice president in 1979. Listen, there were 3 major candidates in 1979. Those 3 major parties, those 3 parties had either the presidential candidate or vice presidential candidate to be Igbo men. So there was NPN, there was UPN, and there was NNP, NPP. NPN was Shehu Shagari, was the presidential candidate. His vice presidential candidate was Alex Ekweme. NNP was Nnamdi Azikiwe, 1979 I'm talking about now. UPN, of course, Azikiwe is Igbo, Ekweme is also Igbo. UPN had Awolowo as president. Papa's vice presidential candidate was Philip Umiadi, who was also Igbo. Why do you think Nigeria ensured that all the parties presented an Igbo candidate, either as presidential candidate or vice presidential candidate? Why do you think they did it in 1979? To placate the Igbos after the war. Just like they did for Jonathan. Jonathan just happened to be in the right place at the right time. I mean, may God rest the soul of Yaradua. And then he finished up the term, and then he came back again, and we voted, and he became president. That's what happened. Nobody owes anybody anything in this country. If you want to run, run. If you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. You cannot lose one election and be insulting all of us. Buhari lost 3 times. And he had 12 million votes from the very first year, 2003. 12 million. Somebody has 6 million, lost once. Everybody from the ethnicity, they are cursing everybody in Nigeria as though you are the author and finisher of their problem. Buhari tried first, second, third. It was on the 4th try that he won. Think about it. 12 years of his life. You've not even done 3 years. You can't rest. No, nobody owes anybody. But everybody owes, we owe each other respect, love, or maybe at least tolerance. I like love better. But whichever one you can afford, do it. But nobody owes anybody presidency. And thank God for what has happened in 2020 elections, by the way. You guys just brought back everything your parents did since the 1930s. The exact same thing. Nothing has changed. Shouting tribalism all over the place. Nonsense. Let's have the final speaker and then we'll go. Roboto, good evening.
Hey, good evening, my brother.
Evening, Chief.
Yeah, it's always good to come here to learn from you. Like, it's really very enlightening. Like, it opens up one's mind, and it really helps one to think and to understand some things better. Now, I have a great fear for my people, the Yoruba people. I think we're too nice, and I mean, like, God help us. But I don't know if you're aware of a study that was done by one a pro-Yoruba group, Think Yoruba First, and they said that of the 3 major ethnic groups in Nigeria right now, Yoruba people are the ones who are giving birth to the least number of children. So what you have is the other 2 groups are giving birth to more children than Yoruba people. Now, the North, the core North, leads in terms of how many children, per woman. And we all see the mass weddings they organize in the North. They never do anything, they almost never do anything more than that. And now, in a country like Nigeria, where everybody can go anywhere, vote, and all of that, and one man is an Alsa Rock controlling everything, and with they also found, I think, that the internal migration pattern, it shows that most people are moving from all over Nigeria into Yoruba land. So they're saying by 2048 or so, or 2050. Maybe like half of Nigeria's population at that time would be living in Yoruba land, and the Yoruba people would have become a minority in their own land. That opens the door to other hostile ethnic groups. The political door. It opens the door to them to try to hijack the control of Yoruba land constitutionally. That's a big problem if nothing is done to address it. And it's part of why I am always worried about, like, something needs to change about this structure. Else Yoruba people are, I don't know what our fate would be, and that of our children. I would have failed our children. I mean, if some people died and bled and to give us, what we have right now, to give us a place we can call home, where we can determine our own destiny. And then we carelessly lose it, because we're part of a union that we didn't have to be a part of. So, I mean, I think we really need to take what you're teaching to the market people, to our mothers who can't speak English, who don't understand anything apart from Yoruba, the pet trader.
Let's round up, please.
Yeah, we need to do something about that. We really have to fight for the future of Yoruba land and a place where our children can continue to determine their own destiny. And I mean, look, the people we're talking about, I know that. I mean, like you're always saying, oh, you hope they heal, you pray for healing for them. Prof, I don't share your opinion. I don't share your sentiments when it comes to that. There is nothing in these people I have seen that points towards wanting to heal or trying to heal. That is the honest truth. So the way I see it right now is that, look, when you're dealing with a snake, by its nature, it will kill you. It's just its nature. So you have to deal with it like a snake. You have to handle it. You have to know how to protect yourself. Even if you don't want to kill the snake, you have to make sure that you cage it or something. And that's how I think Yoruba people should start to think. I mean, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, bro. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your submission. And yeah, so I say that I trust that people are going to change because I'm a hope peddler, so to speak. I peddle hope, and somewhere at the back of my mind, I would like them to change. But the truth of the matter is, I've said this several times, my primary goal is not to change Igbo mind. My primary goal is to have us equipped with knowledge so that we're not easily blackmailed and manipulated. That's the primary goal. And that's the primary goal for me. If anybody changes based on what I say, that's a plus, like icing on the cake. But the primary goal is to ensure that Yoruba people, particularly Nigerians as a whole, get what's the word now? Get to understand what happened so that you are protected, having truth as a shield. Thank you very much. And about, you guys should get married and give birth to children. People should give birth to children. I think that's what he's trying to say as well. Thank you very much for that. It's been an interesting conversation today. And I really want to thank everybody who has been part of today's conversation. Someone asked on YouTube, it says Buhari was military ruler. That doesn't mean anything now. Buhari's military background is not the reason he failed in I don't even know why you said it, to be honest. He ran in 2003, he lost. He ran in 2012, he lost. 2007, then 2011, he lost. And maybe what you meant was that he was from the north. I don't understand, because Buhari was Fulani. And just like we've not had, by the way, we've had more Igbo presidents than Hausa presidents in Nigeria. Igbo has had two. I don't know any Hausa president that we've had. Okay? And there's no BBO president. There's no Duma president. If you want to be sharing among ethnicities, that's not how the constitution is written. The best you can do is get involved in party politics and ensure that you come tops. And if you finish, come and play the game. If you win, you win. If you lose, you try again. Or you just take your L and rest. May God bless Nigeria. Emmanuel says the number of children born in the north or the east is going to affect us, the Yorubas. Poverty is going to be the albatross in the north, but the east will go out of Nigeria for not being able to. See, the thing is this: when it comes to things like this, I can't change it, and I'm very careful with the things I actually, focus on. If I tell you guys to give us children, now you'll be telling me that it's expensive to raise kids because you want to send them to St. Saviour Sikoi. You get the point. So it's on us personally, but maybe we should discuss it at some point. You don't do polygamy. You want to, yeah, so do better. Oyogu says it's because they want to perpetuate the false narrative that Igbo is a major ethnic group in Nigeria. It's not. Are they not a major ethnic group? I think they are. They are not as. They are the smallest of the major ethnic groups, if that makes sense. Olabi says Yoruba should protect the socio-political space against any other tribe. Leji says we go bring our family from Sabe and Ketu. Yeah, in the spirit. Sinchi says democracy is not about ethnicity or selection, but by election. So I think that's where the structure of Nigeria comes into play. And by the way, let me also say this. No, not yet. That's where ethnicity. The kind of structure that we have. That's where it comes into place. But also, let's be careful not to also do this. Be mama. I would rather think about it and then maybe look for data and say, okay, this is what we can do. I just think that it should be tailored towards solutions rather than just raising alarms. Even though raising alarm is also important, but I don't think that's my job. So we raise the alarm, but we also have to provide, like, okay, so what do we do now that we know that that's a problem? So once we have that conversation, we will now. They just says data doesn't back the alarms. So there are three things here. There's the data, there's raising alarm. If you have to, based on the data, then there is now the solution that you have to profile. So maybe when I saw it, I'll be able to discuss it. But thank you very much for bringing it up, and thank you everybody for listening. It's been a fantastic session. I want to thank everybody who has part up, liked, shared, commented, engaged, whether you're on Facebook, on YouTube, here on TikTok, or on X. I just discovered that X and Twitter have been carrying the title from last week. Sorry, we've been discussing The Trouble with Nigeria by Chinua Achebe. So it's not 60th anniversary. The title is from what we've been discussing, so I apologize for that. Adeji says, I suggest polygamy, Sha. It's a valid form of marriage, to be honest, polygamy, if you can. But there are other things that start to it, so you have to be ready. I heard Matawale is giving out 9 children in March. Is it February or March? They're having a wedding at the Central Mosque in Abuja. 9 at once. Boys and girls. So you guys should do the needful. But the question is that why would you... We'll get to that conversation later, Sha. But thank you. All right, someone wrote, I think I should read this before we go. Okay, Debo Nifade says, I believe Abdulsalam Abubakar is Hausa. So some people say it's Hausa, some people say it's Nupe. I don't even know, to be honest. You know, so I really don't know. And then also, there's this thing that people also, let me spend some time on this thing. It's like when you talk about, okay, let's do this very quickly. When you talk about IBB is Gwari, it's Baggy. But people now say everybody's grandfather was from the north, like maybe we were Hausa from the Kinko. You have to understand the fact that before the Nigerian construct, there's a way societies defined identity. So you could move from one place to another at a particular point in certain cultures, not all cultures in Nigeria, but some cultures, you can move from one to another and change identity. That happened in Yoruba land as well. It happened even to Kanuri people in Yoruba land. It happened to Nupe people in Yoruba land, where they change identity. So there are people like that also who moved into the Niger area, Niger state, and changed identity. And you can't call them what they used to be, if you get what I mean. It's like calling certain people, for instance, in Lagos Island, say, oh, they are Borno, or they are Kanuri people. They're not Kanuri people, they're Yoruba people now. That changed maybe about 100 years ago. So those are the nuances that come into play when it comes to conversation. So I don't know if, back to what you're saying, if it was actually from, if because it's Niger State, right? Abdulsalam Abubakar that you mentioned is from Niger State, and I don't know if Hausa people are indigenous to Niger State. But when people say that, but his great grandfather came from this place, people usually switched identity before Nigeria, and people still do it, by the way, on the low. Outside Nigeria, you cannot use politics to do it, by the way. You can't use Nigerian constitution to do it, which is why people don't understand, and that's why they are pushing an indigenous bill in 2025, and thank God that one is gone, but we have to be on the lookout. All right, I think I've answered that question. Let's move on very quickly. Olatunji Manuel says, to produce a president again, we will work for the secession. We Yorubas too want to go about Nigeria and for Republic of Ojo. We will limit the number of people that will enter our country. Anybody that wants another country, talk to your representatives. Let them make it happen. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. If you'd like to support us, please reach out to me on Telegram at BCORace. We shall put out account details, but you can just reach out to me if you want to support, and then I'll let you know. Or I can do it this way, right? When we start playing the anthem, maybe I'll just put it up. So if you want to support, you can use it. Any other questions? Excuse me. Sinchin says, I know it is true. I know of a popular Lagosian family whose ancestors were Nupes. Yes. Yes. But they are Yoruba today. You know, Nigeria has a way of changing the way we perceive things. And so people think that, oh, if people can do that thing 100 years ago, we should be able to also become Yoruba people by legislation. And that's why they are bringing up the Indigenous Status Bill, which will never work in ancestral spaces like Nigeria. It will not work in the United States, by the way. It will not work in Canada. And those are places that were conquered, though. Let alone people talk. Anyway, that's the bank details, please. If you want to if you want to support what we're doing, please use the bank details. Thank you very much, and your support is much appreciated. Thanks a lot. All right, we're going to have another session tomorrow at 4 p.m. if it's time West African time. So please join us. It's Tuesday, so that means that we're not going to do it on top camera. So please come early. Music starts before 4. We'll get started a bit after 4, and we'll be done maybe in 2 hours or so because it's Tuesday. And then Wednesday, we're going to have another topic. I'm thinking probably discuss Ifeanyi manuscript as we begin to, edge towards the war itself. Someone says here, Prof, thanks. You are well appreciated. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Daniel says, Prof, is it true Writers Association decided to boycott Nobel laureate given to Soyinka? Is a lie. That thing did not happen, no. Social media to amplify Kinio. It's not true. I have not found any record of that thing happening. The writers boycotted the, I don't know. I've not found anything. It's just what they say. All right. Naturalization is not a new concept in Yoruba land. However, we remind immigrants of their origins. We only remind them when they misbehave. That's the only time Yoruba people will remind you where you're from. But normal day, they will not. What about Victor Banjo? I don't understand the question.
Sorry, why the anthem is playing? Please rewrite the question and I'll answer when it's done.
Sorry, why the anthem is playing? Please rewrite the question and I'll answer when it's done. Deal, Abby? Okay, because of time. All right, thank you everybody for being part of today's session. I really do appreciate your presence. All those who gave gifts earlier, I saw some lovely gifts. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you. God bless you. Ola B says, I think regionalism will settle all the fears and scheming about the abolition of state of origin. Define regionalism. If it's not ethno-linguistic regionalism, you're only pushing the wala forward. It has to be ethno-linguistic. Or at least, whatever it is, it pays you, Basha. But thank you for that. We're going to have another conversation that I have to run now. Here's Nigerian anthem. Please take a listen. Sing along if you know the lyrics. If not, please learn the lyrics. We'll have Nigerian national anthem, then we'll play the Yoruba anthem. Thanks.
That truth and justice
Àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀, ìmọ́lẹ̀ wọ̀ ní wọ́kùn lágbára Ọlọ́run, ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́, Nàìjíríà náà ò ní bàjẹ́, ilé wa ọ̀nà wọ̀ ò ní bàjẹ́ lágbára Ọlọ́run. May this year be a blessed year for you all. And what's happening? Where is my live? Wow, is it the music? Anyway, may God bless you, right? May God bless the work of your hands. May you experience increase in all that you do. May God bless our nation. May there be peace within our borders. Wherever we're having challenges, may God give our leaders the wisdom they require. And may you do well in everything they hands upon. And may we prefer solutions and also execute solutions to Nigeria's problems. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. I'll see you tomorrow at 4 p.m. If at time West African time. Make a day. We start the music before 4, and then we'll get to the conversation a little after 4. All right. Thank you very much for being here. Have a lovely evening. See you tomorrow. Odaro. All right.